gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver
like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. 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 I'll take the blame. I've seen the world go down in flames. I felt the strain of every loss I can't reclaim. Our steps retraced from when we went our separate ways. I've missed these days. I never thought we'd see this place again.
All right. It's kind of loud. We're gonna make a new character. It's gonna be a Death Knight. Gonna try human with double trinket. I feel like it's really bad for Frost though. Interesting test though. So I want to see.
Champion, There is an urgent mission that requires
if you want to show why my name is Mesnaft, they
Quickly meet me behind
honestly I don't think Holy got hit very hard, but they made some really interesting changes to Frost. I actually think let me double check. We'll go through them first so I can actually look over them. I don't know if they're going to be as bad as I currently think they are. They might be a little bit too much. The short of it is you lost 10% health. You lost null magic, took a 70% nerf in PvP. Frost Fever took a 90% nerf? No, 50% nerf, I guess, right? So Frost multiplier, oh, it's more than that. I mean, Frost Fever took a very hefty nerf. Maybe that's fine though, but I think you'll be looking to not play Frost Fever builds. Yeah, it's I think it's oh, it could be both. I'm not sure exactly, because for Unholy I kind of suspect it's both. Yeah, because for Frost it was doing more damage too. If I click on Frost Fever, I'm confused though a little bit, because the live tooltip for Frost Fever is different. It's 1.25 in PvP on one of these that I'm looking at. So I guess it's possible. I don't quite know. It's possible that that Unholy has the 0.25 modifier. I mean, Frost Nerf's a pretty major, yeah. So Frost Fever, the Frost Fever thing we're using, Frost Fevers are top down PvP, which I hate, by the way. Like I'm happy for them to shift it into other things anyway, but like from a directional standpoint, it's not bad. It's a good idea. If they actually respond with other changes, but Exterminate, I'm curious about. I suspect these are PvE nerfs to Exterminate. I suspect it's still better off than it was last patch, and I actually want to check. Does this give me all the different builds? Changelog. So if I go to this, Exterminate. So where's the last? So the last build was. It's kind of showing them all the same for some reason. Oh, it's not actually showing. I have to go to. I have to be a champion and figure it out. The last week's build. I want to see how big of a buff it got, because I think it was completely fine 2 weeks ago. Before they buffed it. I thought when they buffed it, it was kind of interesting because it was like, you know, they're already good. And obviously they walked that back. Which I have no problem with. So, here I can find it now probably. Exterminate. Oh wait, are they nothing? Hold up. These numbers don't really line up with what it says. Exterminate initial now does 430% from 286. These are. Oh wait, hang on a second. It's adding them both together, right? Now does 430, which is 183 times 2. It's not though. That's 366. How the fuck do they figure this out? Like, where are these numbers even coming from? It got doubled. and then it's getting nerfed by 40%. I don't know how the fuck to figure that out. It's only the second scythe that's been not. Wait, yeah. They didn't. The first scythe does 430%. The second one does. They only nerfed the second scythe. I think exterminate. They only nerfed one part of it. So exterminate looks pretty sick still. This I've never even tried. I saw people playing it. I hate death packs. I fucking despise death packs. So I do everything I can to avoid playing it. This is like an auto proc. If you take a giant hit, but only if you take a giant. I mean, I'm not even sure if there's even proc. I'm not even sure how people even proc this in PvP. How many abilities can even proc a 25% hit? You have 7 million health. So this only procs if you have now you have 6 million health, I guess. But let's say you have 6 mil times 0.25. You get a hit before. I guess it was 7 before, right? It only procs if you a hit for fucking 1.75 mil. Like I feel like most games will pass and you don't get hit that hard. So it's kind of weird to even have that. But yeah, I don't know. I guess they haven't done the health change that I thought about. Or maybe they have. I haven't read the entire thing, I suppose. Reaper's Mark got a fat enough. If we look at that, Reaper's Mark goes from, let's say, you know, a high end one is like 2 point, like, because the problem is that Reaper's Mark can crit and it shouldn't be able to crit. That's ridiculous. So with this nerf, when it crits, it'll still hurt. Unfortunately, when it hits, it will not be as painful. I think the super high end ones are like 3 mil. That's a crit one. So your average, we'll just do both, right? But 3 times 0.6, 1.8 mil on those. And then if you don't crit, it's like 1.5. So 0.9. But you exterminate still seem pretty big. So it just means Reaper's Mark isn't as scary. I think it's probably fine. I think Frost looks. It looks like they treated Frost with a lot of respect, except for Frost Fever. They were pretty vicious with that. No, sorry, sure. This is a PvE change. I have no problem with PvE. If they didn't PvE change, it doesn't matter at all, right? It's the only PvP nut. There's only 2 PvP mod nerfs here. Actually, it's 3. Frost Fever. They didn't even PvP nerf Reaper's Exterminate yet. They still might. Pact of the Deathbringer, which I you know don't really care for anyway, and then Reaper's Mark, which I think is good. This thing is OP in PvE. I don't think it's as big in PvP. So you now take 4% less damage from magic. This part's sad. I'm really, this is the part that I was like, I have thoughts about this. I have like, I think reasonable thoughts about this. So one of the OP specs right now is mages, and melee classes into mages do obviously significantly blunted damage, right? Because the mage can kite. So it's kind of assumed that you don't nerf mage mobility to make up for that. This is one of the things that happens. And I thought they were trying to add that kind of like into Death Knights, where Death Knights blunted magic damage. And that's what this mechanic was. I thought that was a really interesting direction to go with. I think it's a reasonable direction to go with because of the fact, again, that there are classes in the game that are built around kiting and reducing people's output. And I thought that was kind of be the niche that DK's had. Instead, null magic basically got put to a point. I think you know, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing for Death Knights necessarily. But what's the point on this talent? It's like it's 0.35. This is the reduction on magic effects on Death Knights. So it's getting put down to 10% reduction on spell effects. I don't know. It's not much of a niche. Not like a frost, not like playing a warrior into a frost mage. You know what I mean? Like that's how I saw that talent. Null magic was Death Knights to casters what mages are to warriors. That's how I thought they were trying to go with. That seemed like a reasonable direction to me because it's how they've already gone with it with other classes. You don't complain enough mages like ability to slow stuff when they play against warriors, but you know they decided to do that with Death Knights. I thought it was a direction that could have actually been pretty interesting. And this talent, Null Magic, had virtually no impact in PvE anyway. So it was like I thought it was a PvP talent that they just kind of threw in there. But yeah, but tragic. I thought it was a cool direction. As it stands, Null Magic is a non-factor, I think. And they took off 10% of your health, which we'll see. I mean, you have a lot of health on beta, so this may also be fine. I don't know. People have a lot of HP. I guess they might be going with nerfing the tank. I don't know. So the big thing here is they didn't touch Unholy, and Unholy is already pretty sick. So I imagine that Unholy will be fine. No nerfs to no modify nerfs anyway to that. They removed high winds. Right, no, they didn't remove high winds. They just removed the typhoon one and then added. Oh, they changed it from a 25% increase to that to a 5-yard increase to that. They just hadn't coded it correctly. Okay. It's a PV change to Dev and Org. I'm not entirely sure if they're reliant on that in PvP. They might have been. I think they were playing Scale Commander. Buff to BM, it looks like. Not a huge one though. Bro, this is crazy to me. Mages are currently the most dominant classes on beta. And from what I can see, they received a Ray of Frost buff and a 25% Ice Barrier nerf. This blows my fucking mind. And a buff to Frost Fireball, which maybe is good, I don't know. But very interesting. Questionable. Unless we see some sort of change somewhere else. But these are, I think the PvP mono nerfs are already here. They're done by class. Hey X, it's good to see you, buddy. I've been here. We've been here, man. How have you been, buddy? This is HPEL core passive. Doesn't say. Oh, just they're just changing. They're nerfing strength of conviction by 50%. Doesn't seem crazy. They nerfed. This is interesting. I don't know what they're going with it. Oh, this is PvE. Okay. I think there's got to be a thing where rep paladins are good at PvE. It doesn't translate at all into PvP. They still haven't touched them in PvP at all, and they keep nerfing them. But like, it's crazy because in PvP they don't feel good at all. But we'll see. This is a PvP talent. Yellow mid and PvE. I don't know. They keep nerfing you guys. Do you not get Strangest Fix? I don't know. I'm not sure about that change. DKs have Okadon talents. I imagine you still take I imagine you still take Strangulate in comps where you want Strangulate. You know what I mean? I'm not sure. DK's got hit hard. For sure. I imagine Frost still looks good though. Just, I think Frost, there's an unfortunate playstyle that I suspect you'll play as Frost. You can play, basically, the spec wants you to play to like just attack and just spam damage. I think you'll probably be at a point where you don't do that. And unfortunately there's no, and I'm sure they'll change this eventually, but Reaper's Mark, or when you exterminate procs, there's no duration on it. So the meta for Frost, I predict, because of the fact that they don't have, like, before they had like a lot of incentive just to attack at all times, because they had a lot of damage like behind Frost Fever, so it was worth going after damage, right? What I predict Death Knights will do to play around the fact that they don't have that damage anymore as much, I think they will sit on a exterminate charge for a full 20 seconds and just AFK. Wait for their, so you can basically, what you can do is you get 2 procs of exterminate and they have no duration. Reaper's Mark has a 45-second cooldown. Pillar has a 45-second cooldown. So what you'll do is you'll probably play as normal. So you'll Reaper's Mark, and then it'll proc, and then you'll do your go, and then if you reproc, you will not press Obliterate until your next. Like, you'll save 2 exterminates for every single Pillar of Frost. That's what I predict will happen. And that's an unfortunate one, because that's kind of like a return to the playstyle you had before. But I don't think the incentive will be there to try to attack between goes as much. Obviously, the change to Frost Fever definitely takes away like some of that incentive, because I think your damage presence will feel a lot lower as Frost, but your burst potential is still just as high. You won't have that presence you had before outside of your go, which may or may not be for the best. I have no idea. Looks like they buffed the fuck out of Mind Games, which makes sense based on everyone's health. They buffed heal. They buffed prayer mending. These are all PvE changes. They buffed flash heal. I mean, they weren't doing crazy healing, so it makes sense. Buffed a few things. What is this? 1830%? No. What? I think it's just like a tooltip bug almost. That doesn't even make sense. I feel like this is a mistake, because I didn't have that much healing from these. And these, again, this is PvE. Yeah, this thing got nerfed. Okay. And they PvP enough. %15 off to healing yourself with Serenity heal, flash heal, flash heal. It's kind of weird. Anyway, they did that. They nerfed the cooldown gouge. I see this and I'm instinctively happy. I'm afraid. I'm toxic. Like, I see any kind of change like this and I'm like, fuck yeah. But you know, anyway, so that's not actually a major change. This one's weird. The alley changes. So basically they buffed, from what I can see, they buffed Chain Lightning and all the effective like nature spells, and it looks like they nerfed Lava Burst by 17%, which is interesting because Lava Burst is not that crazy. These are PvE changes though, so it makes sense, I guess. So that we buffed these, we nerfed these, we buffed Tempest, which is the other tree. I guess you maybe play the other. Maybe it's like kind of like try the other hero talents as Ellie are nature based, so maybe you can try and make them work with these buffs. Wait, I'm confused. Effect 21 seems like it buffed. Lava Burst. I don't know if they... It's minus 17 then plus 21 here, so I don't know. These effects aren't even described very well. They're baseline effects, but how are you changing so many things? Check those, buddy. Wait, to check it off already? To check... Wait, beta's down? I'm on beta right now. Am I not? Is beta down? Oh, queues are broken. Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna set some characters anyway. We could do Oni. Honestly, I didn't see what Chuck was saying a little while ago. I was talking through stuff.
You're making me feel some kind of way. And I will see you take me higher than love. You're making me feel some kind of way. You take me there.
Only look. What other changes? I'm not sure I completely described that. So Chuck said he thinks DH's okay, Warriors seem okay. I mean, Warriors not nerfed, right? There are no changes to Warrior. I think these, unless I'm missing something here. I mean, Warriors should be fucked with these changes if there aren't any to Warrior there. There's more at the bottom. Cool Observer. I love this, by the way. I saw people complaining about this change. I saw Infonian type about this. I actually think this is a good change. It's really hard to kill because everyone's health went up. So basically, like, your health values in this expansion are such that any percentage health ability is like twice as strong, basically. So this is relatively the same as it was last expansion because of everyone's health values. Like ability to, and this is like a PvE change. Just for people that aren't aware, the reason this happened is because in PvE they had an issue. Where they couldn't make healing, like everyone's health pools were too low, so they couldn't make boss fights stress healers without just killing players too quickly. They wanted to make encounters do more damage to players, so in order to make that work, they had to increase the entire game's health. That was the change. The change was basically increase NPC damage by like 30% or 40%, increase everyone's health by 30-40%, and then and leave healing the same. And you can see what that does, right? That basically makes healing harder, and that was the change they tried to go with, and that's what we're experiencing in PvP right now. But it basically means that a lot of percentage health things are all too crazy. So that's one of them. There's what's the other one's really annoying? I can't kill totems. I can't kill Cap Totem right now. I have to use 2 globals to kill Cap Totem. You don't have 2 globals to kill it. So like certain abilities don't kill Cap Totem. Which is another example of how health is scaled up. Look, if I Scourge Strike a Cap Totem, it doesn't die. Why do they make healing harder? No one plays heal it. So in PvE, it just means you have more expression of skill, right? It's not a PvP change, Cyber. It's a PvE change. Like they wanted to make raid healing. So I think when the way things were before, it was hard to have multiple healing styles. Because if they tried to amp up the difficulty of encounters on healers, the players would die too quickly, and it meant that only one healer would be good. Because obviously every healer's healing style is very different, and it would just mean that you have like only one solution to the problem basically with healing. So you'd have one class that excels, and then other classes suck. So they, in order to give them more flexibility there, they basically gave you more like time to live before you die to a mechanic. It's, I think, a good change. I mean, if they know if Lesser Magic Shell, I don't even play that talent because it looks kind of bad anyway. It's already Lesser Magic Anti-Magic Shells are like 200k. So I don't think I care about that. That talent already seemed bad to me. This guy, Vesticle's 300k. Like it's tiny. You have a 7 million health pool. They probably just nerfed the duration effect on it, is my guess. But it broke in one split second. It broke to 2 dot ticks anyway. Bro, half this shit. I guess I'll go because you guys are just joining in. But I had Null Magic is super weird because it's a talent that in PvP has a huge impact, and in PvE feels like it has no impact. And my thought with Null Magic was that what they're trying to do to Death Knights was kind of like, so if you play I guess the best way of looking at it is look at Mage, right? Try and play a warrior into a mage, and think about how shit it feels to be a warrior into a mage, right? Obviously, if you're a warrior and you attack a mage, your damage is going to be halved or less. That's just how it works. And that's how it's worked, not just for now, but virtually forever. Right? If you attack a mage as a warrior, or your damage output is halved. And that's how it's been for 10 years. More. 14 years. 16 years? 16 years. Warrior versus mage, you do no damage. Now, Null Magic, to me, felt like, okay, when a warrior attacks a mage, they do half damage. When a warlock attacks a Death Knight, they do 35% less damage. You see what I'm saying? Like that's how I thought it was gonna be. Like they're just creating a separate thing. Like it feels shit to attack this target, just like a warrior has to experience attacking him. Like we were gonna be to casters, kinda what classes that kited warriors were to warriors. And then they just took that and deleted it. So I don't. It's a bit sad, I suppose. Yeah, right now it looks like the meta is going to be heavily wizard. Maybe the changes today changed something, although I don't think so. Observer Dive's in half second now because they nerfed its health 3 times during Dragonflight, unless they reversed it. We're talking about different health values from Dragonflight. It's plenty tanky on here, Feral. It'll take like 2 globals to kill, probably. But yeah. 130 AMZ you'll just take into classes that have lower cooldown stuff. It's like good into like Fire Mage, but Fire Mage isn't good, so you wouldn't take it right now. There aren't many classes you'd take 130 AMZ into that I can think of. It gives you more options to line it up with something, Zeke. But yeah, anyway, Null Magic being nerfed, I'm not. It probably is completely fine. But I thought it was a really cool idea because it was just creating a situation where, I mean, I guess DKs aren't stuck as much if you play Rider either, as Unholy. So maybe it's fine. I don't know. But it was a cool direction, and it had no impact in PvP. Like I was very happy with them to just gut the hell out of the first part of that. But it's sad that they gutted the second part too. Like 20% would have been an interesting number, I think, where it would have felt like it had an impact, and like classes had to think about whether they wanted to just like spam damage you. And yeah. Oh well. They decided not to. And then Vestigal, I already thought this talent was kind of garbage, to be honest. I think it would have been really good if like I'm not gonna basically the issue with a talent like this talent is you're not gonna press shell on yourself to try and put 50% reduction. Like I don't think there are that many situations that I would press shell to try and reduce a poly that way. Unless I'm playing short shell and I really don't give a fuck. And maybe you would because you just don't have honor talents anymore. I guess there's maybe a way you try and basically if it's an income like, in shuffles doesn't happen, right? But the idea is you can press shell as someone casts a polymorph, and it would put like a mini shell that reduces the duration of the polymorph by half. It's a kind of a war banner on poly. I don't know how big of a nerf it took, but it's awkward because it also uses your main defensive cooldown against casters to do that. So it's like Warbanded that presses parry, which is kind of awkward. And the actual absorb effect on it's really low. Like 300k is terrific. I mean, stronger. I don't know. This talent's confused. Like, it's just a confused talent. My favorite. The thing I would love for them to change, and in general, Unyielding Will had the more exciting effect, in my opinion, by far. I would have loved a world where Unyielding Will got increased by 30 seconds. Anti-magic shell cooldown increased by 30, but it removes harmful magic effects, right? I was hoping that would make that work with Team Shell. So you have like a 1 minute cooldown AMS, and you use it on a healer, and it dispels polymorph. I don't think CC's even like that right now, but it would be an interesting use case, right? Like you'd basically like want to use it against some melee classes, I guess, to try and remove. I don't know. It'd be very all-in to do it that way anyway, but it would have been cool. That'd be OP. I don't think CC works that way this time, Cyber. Like honestly, like when we actually play through the game in threes, because right now all this tuning is going through shuffle, right? When you actually play threes, I don't think games are going to end that way. I think you have too much health to die to just like a polymorph randomly. So dispelling a single CC isn't that crazy, considering the game is going to probably be very dampeny. Or kill healers. It probably will just be kill healers a lot. Buffing Chaos Bolt's good, I think, because they aren't very strong outside of their changes. Do they buff or nerf? I think they changed a lot. These are hotfix changes, so they should be at the other end. They should be in. These are an embellish, right? So much speed though. Bro, the fuck is there an essence change? Conflict and strife? What? Someone they accidentally modified the wrong thing. I don't know. I mean, these are the first PvP changes you've seen, I guess, so far. I feel like they're very likely just a little bit behind the. Wait, here's some more changes actually. They nerfed they nerfed this to 80%. So you go, I mean, you go 180% instead of 200% when you. Wait, this one has a double nerf. I think these nodes are just kind of cooked. They did nerf both parts of Reaper's Mark, of Exterminate. The one above doesn't show that. Bro, there's a PvP mod on it too. Bro, Reaper's Mark Exterminate looks kind of weak now. So they double hit it and they also 0.7 it in PvP. That's heftier. I think it'll be worse off than it was last week now with that change. I mean, I think I have a feeling that if you play Frosty-K and you play I'll show you the play. Is this character to get up? I'll show you the play style that you have to go with. I think unfortunately Frost is gonna have to play the way it played before. In my opinion. I think you play exactly what you played before. Which is tragic. I don't think there's strong enough incentive for you to. Did I have a working mount? Did they remove our mounts or something? I don't know if I'm not sure if they're defensively screwed. Wait, my binds all changed, didn't they? Oh, I think I changed binds that fucked up this one. I can copy it back. Oh, that sucks. It's every bind. I didn't do character specific on something. That makes it really hard to show because my binds are all fucked up. Yeah, everything's fucked. I think I have my hunter binds. Wait, no. Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll talk about it a bit rather than show. But basically, you can pull to exterminates. I think you're gonna pull to exterminate. You're gonna like try and reproc your Reaper's Mark, and then you're gonna pull to exterminates, and then you're gonna try and do a. You're basically gonna AFK for 45 seconds, just like before. But on your second go, you'll have Reaper's Mark followed by 2 exterminates, followed by 2 more exterminate, or you'll have 2 exterminates, and then it'll proc 2 more exterminates. So you'll do 4 exterminates every 45 seconds. That's what I predict you'll do if they make the damage not good enough to chase after. Which I think when they target like Frost Fever Pad and stuff, I think your incentive to chase after like passive damage is gone mostly. So I suspect that that's what people will do. Well, they didn't before, but it's kind of the way it worked. I think they don't have enough damage to go after now. Personally, I think this will save my thing. I mean, kinda. Does that give me binds? It does, right? Yeah. Give me binds, but fucked up my like stuff for. There's not much that's changed. But I think what you'll do as a Frosty K, I'm not sure people have been messing around this way before or not, but you can basically, oh, I guess you have 2 options. You can do your usual and only have 2. So your first boss is always weaker. But if you reproc, which I did in this case, I think you would be sitting on it. You would just not obliterate for a full 45 and just wait after your reproc. I'm expect reproc, right? Should be. Because my assumption is that I don't think their pad's gonna be high enough. Yeah, they hit strength too. I don't know. The other really weird thing I will say about Death Knight in general is, and this is one of the really big downsides of Solo Shuffle, to be honest. I think I really wish they had some way of making people queue normal 3s, because Solo Shuffle is just such a bad representation of like how the game actually plays out. Think about the classes that DK is actually synergized with right now, and there aren't many of them. There are very few of them. I'm gonna try and actually reproc. I guess I can't reproc. If you can't reproc, I wonder if, I mean, basically if you sit on them, you can there's unless they put a duration on exterminate, you can sit in it forever. Well, I mean, in normal 3s, like, you know, last expansion you could rely on DH, right? DH was always good, so you always had that as an option. But like this expansion, like let's say Unholy DK is good. Like, what are you playing with? Actually, I can tell you a whole bunch of caster comps. I can tell you a bunch of rogue comps. I could probably tell you a bunch of warrior comps. But what Death Knight comps you got right now? I can't think of many that wouldn't get crushed by casters. Like you play like comp like TSG, you fight a Frost Mage. Demonology Log, I don't know how good they are after changes because the Demo and Destro were relying on overtune shit. I don't know if DK is rough. I mean, Demo is possibly the only one I can think of that could be decent, but they nerfed Demo pretty hard yesterday. Demo probably still good with casters, but I don't know if it'd be good enough to go with the Death Knight. Anyway, I'll show you. I'll just auto 45 and show you. Basically, you can first global exterminate, and if you get a proc, this makes more sense to be honest. But you'll notice that these exterminates have no duration unless they've changed it. So if you want to do the classic Frost play style of run around in circles for 45 seconds while you wait for your exterminate to come back out, I guess you could do it with oh, maybe it works well with 30-second, honestly. But yeah, you can just chill. This version of Frost probably bursts pretty well. Just don't obliterate, and then you can see I've got this, and then you just pillar about now and send your 2 exterminates, and I'm gonna get 2 more right away. So now I have 4 exterminates, and I reproc, so we're actually not going to use these. This is the playstyle I expect to exist. Now I'm AFK. If they don't make damage good outside of that, this is how Frost will play for the rest of the expansion. We just AFK for 14 seconds and then send it. Yeah, it does sound awful. Welcome back. This is your playstyle. Oops, I fucked that up. But you would want to use those 2 charges before. But yeah, 4 exterminates obviously will work just fine. Well, this could still be really OP. I'm not saying it's bad, but I just think that's what you'll do if they don't give you incentive to play outside of it, which I think the Frost Fever thing made you want to fight to do damage outside of it. I think you'll just try and be a one-shot spec. And I bet you could still one-shot pretty well if you AFK. Well, they gave it the overhaul. It had like, and maybe maybe they'll go back to it. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the damage done, but I knew this playstyle existed last week too. I just didn't think it was worth it because I think you were just losing out on so much pressure to not press obliterate for 30 seconds or 20 seconds. But I knew you could do this. And I bet you could do some, if you time your stuff well, you do some really good one shots. With four exterminates, even post nerf would still be more painful than 2 pre-patch when you weren't going for a big one shot. I think cast comps and nerf comps? I don't know. I mean, there are no changes to Warrior. Surprisingly, there are 0 changes to Warriors in here, right? Are there any real changes to Warrior? Oh, they hit. Are these uncategorized? Oh my god. Honestly? Oh, they just, okay, it's not bad. So basically your Slayer Strike still do full dam. But my, nah, see, I think Warriors got a very, like, Demolish got hit kind of hard. But nothing else, really. I'm not sure if Shuffle's working. They changed majors, not DRing. I don't see any changes. I think I guess I was starting to say this before, but I think they just like a lot of the changes they're putting in here are like from a couple days ago. They start compiling. It's like the meta on TR shifted over the course of a week, right? About the last 3 days, it has been nothing but Frost Mage. I at least from what I've seen like double Frost Mage lobbies and shit. So the over the course of the last week, it kind of shifted from. I actually think DKs were really popular, and DKs still. I mean, we're always good, but I think Frost Mage Wizards became more dominant. And they haven't really responded to that much yet at all. Like Frost Mages received damage buffs, and which is super out of, you know, I mean, I'm not sure what they'll do, but Frost Mages got damage buffs, and they got the tiniest defensive nerf of all time. Like Death Knight's got hit 3 times as hard as Mage. Not even that's not even more than 3 times as hard as Mage. Did I see the DK change? I didn't get through the DK changes in here, right? Unless there are more changes that I didn't see for Mage, like in here somewhere. I don't see them though. Uncategorized change. Actually, no Surge of Power. They actually nerfed this totem. Looking at Magma Totem. Yeah, this is all mages. Mages just got buffs. And the tiniest nerf of all time to their shields. That has no impact. It's not really why they're good. For Frost at least. See. I predict that Unholy will still feel fine. Oh, wait, I'm not sure what this means. They remove Icy Fury? Oh, there's no slow. I don't know. They definitely went really after Frost DK and Unholy DK. We'll see. Or I guess Frost DK mostly. Bit tragic because again, 3s, I don't know if they translate as well. I suspect they don't. Like again, I try and think of like what comps I'd play. You can't. I don't think Fury DK is viable or Arms DK is viable. The fuck do you play? Asarogue DK? I don't think Asarogue DK stands a chance against Mage Wizards. Maybe you can kill their off wizard. Just ignore the Frost Mage. No, DH is not good enough. Not even close, and also just not durable. Like there's DHDK would be that's why they were good the last 2 expansions, I guess. But I don't see DHDK being good. They don't even have the same synergies anymore. So I don't see DHDK being good. And DHDK is gonna get crushed by any wizard team, and probably to any rogue team, to be honest. Like Rogue Wizard and Wizard both should beat that, I think. Reds are terrible at the moment. Red is maybe no. See, the most of the strong classes didn't really get changed. Windwalkers aren't very good either. Windwalkers, DHs, and Reds are all pretty average. You want to pair with an S. You want to pair or be the strong class. Maybe it could have been a good comp just because of the fact that DKs are good, but I don't know if DKs can be as big of a draw as the casters are. I mean, I don't know if Moonkins are very good either. I don't know if other people have seen stuff I haven't, but when I've seen Moonkins in lobbies, they just are getting trained all game and not getting any damage out. Unless it's like Mage Moonkin. I could see Mage Moonkin being good. That's one of the originals. But I don't currently see, I don't see Moonkins being strong at the moment. Especially because Ardruids are good. I see Ardruid Mage as the obvious one. If HPAL's good, can I Q? Was it not letting Chuck Q? No, you can't. There's no, they've disabled it right now. Prez sub into Ardruid surely bangs it. Why? Maybe? Sub isn't very one-shotty. I don't think, I wouldn't take the principles of last expansion and try and apply them here. I think everything's like, you're obviously playing the same rough framework for a game, but I don't think I would look at it the same way. I think Sub Rogue, like everyone's health is substantially higher. Sub Rogue is substantially less one-shotty. Like there's, I think it's not that Sub's bad, but I don't think it just like, you know, in theory it seems good. Maybe. I wouldn't, I personally don't think. I mean, it sounds so miserable to play a complex Sub me Prez into Frost Mage. Like, can you imagine how annoyed Chuck would be getting rooted every 5 seconds while also being CC'd by Mage Druid? Like, Mage Druid is the most, basically the idea is you play like a wizard that you want to try and kill. So like, you know, like Lock, Boomy, Shadow Priest, whatever. Honestly, Shadow Priest or Moonkin doesn't sound bad in that comp. Moonkin doesn't sound bad. Like a Moonkin that's spamming clones. You attack the Moonkin, you get cloned and polyed by a fucking Rested Druid and a Frost Mage. Or yeah, it just sounds awful. You just don't get to play. But that's kind of it, right? You put like a bait class like a Shadow Priest out there. Shadow Priest actually sounds pretty sick too. Like I would see Shadow Priest Mage as being really, really powerful and having a lot of synergy with Druid too. Yeah, so I think the meta will be based around Mage right now. Personally. But maybe I don't think of it in terms of like, I'm sure a lot of wizards look at that and they're like, well, I would play Ellie Demo or something into it and just try and dampen it. And maybe that's true. Maybe that's like, I'm not sure how the meta evolves from there. I can tell you where like melee stops. Melee stops the point that you start going double caster with a Frost Mage. I think a lot of melee classes are immediately counted out at that point because of how oppressive that style is. With how much damage the mage can do to just spamming instants. But yeah, it's possible that the meta evolves further than that, and then you've got like LEX that counters the mage teams kind of, although mage doesn't cast, so LA doesn't feel as effective into mage. Yeah, I mean Hunter gets better, but the mages previously had to cast. They had this big thing where they're trying to incentivize mages to actually sit there and cast. Mages don't cast anymore. So even against Hunter has to cast. Hunter needs to cast aim shots. So the really good there was a really good mage yesterday, or I was fighting on my hunter, and obviously I'm not a good hunter, right? But they were just spamming. They were just AFKing behind a pillar and spamming instants. And it actually felt like it wasn't that good of a trade. Like the mage was able to be competitive on damage. Normally you would bully the mage to sit behind a pillar and he couldn't do damage. But now the mage can AFK behind a pillar and still do damage, I guess. BM Hunter? I don't think BM Hunters are good enough. I think Mark seems better, but it's possible. I haven't tried BM into it, but yeah. It's an interesting one. I'm very curious about a lot of these changes and how they feel in the end. Again, like Shuffle is like such a weird representation of the game. It's unfortunate that most of these changes are going to be based on Shuffle. And obviously Shuffle's better than skirmishes. Like they previously went off of skirmish data for like BFA and Shadowlands. So like way better than that. But I really wish people would Q3s and people would actually have incentive to try out stronger comps, because I don't think the majority of the shuffle balancing has any relevance to the way that the competitive threes meta will evolve at all. And maybe that doesn't matter to most people anyway, and maybe that's why they're just going to balance around it that way. But it's a shame, because you know, last week I'm like, wow, DKs look really fucking broken, but then I'm like, what do I play with? I guess I just pick the most OP caster, but there's no synergy. Why play threes when you play shuffle? I mean, me personally, I'm much more passionate about threes than shuffle. You see the threes matchups, okay, like it'll take to see an actual a double meta comp. Like I see Ellie Mage a decent amount, but the chances of seeing Ellie Mage on beta, or sorry, on shuffle, that then fights against like a competitive wizard comp, super rare. That you actually have both matchups that happen at the same time and get that's real data, but it doesn't happen very often. Most of the time it'll be fucking Ellie Mage, and then they'll be against double warrior or something, and you're like, okay, well, it's like the worst matchup of all time. Just the nature of shuffle, that you like very rarely see the actual S tier comp fight S tier comp. It's mostly gonna be like, oh, an S tier comp forms and it completely stomps anything else, but you don't get this. Like, again, if you look at like the win rate of like very specific comps in shuffle, like Ellie Mage, they'll have really like very high win rates. I don't know if so. That's something I'm not sure about. So Demon got nerfed yesterday. It took a fat nerf yesterday. There was a talent they had. I think it was a hero talent that was giving them 3 million hits with an ad that would spawn. That got nerfed to like 500k. It took like a 75-80% nerf. I think they may have been reliant on that.
As we enter the night and the lights, I admit that I felt it. Caught in the divide, it's a sign my perception has not.
Part 1 normal threes displays are dominating. Yeah, I guess maybe that's like kind of by design. They'll balance around the random groups.
Inside, it's your eyes that tell me this is worth it. Look at me, I'm faceless. Dancing in the matrix.
How's DK? I do not know. Based on today's changes, I'll probably set up another couple so I can get faster queues and test things. My prediction is Deathbringer will play super gimmicky and probably be fine, but play super gimmicky. I think Deathbringer will just sit on its damage the whole time, and that's gonna feel pretty shit. Just like it'll just be the old Frost. I mean, I think Frost DK will gimmick one shot the same way it used to.
Feelings unfold, let it be on my own comprehension. Our egos dissolve, I see your true form and I want more. Let's take it all and explore another dimension. Look at me, I'm faceless.
I mean, Frost DK's other hero power feels super badly designed. I'll show you why. Like, this would be good if Frostman's Fury was off global. But basically, your short cooldown Frostman's Fury is tied to a stun. And this spawns all of your adds. So you Frostman's Fury and you spawn 4 horsemen. The problem is, on a Frost DK go, you don't really want to first global send a dragon ever. It's the worst design ever. So like, what's gonna happen is if you actually have real stuns, and honestly, your more stuns better. So like, you're gonna like do weird shit like blind, fucking dragon behind you to not stun, and then attack. That's awful, right? It just seems so bad. That being said, it's still fine. It just doesn't really fit around the way the class plays outside of it. It's kind of just like they just kind of like tacked it on. Like it's okay, but it's super tacky in terms of how they've done it. Strength should be 3 seconds. True. I think strength of 4 is fine, probably. But I just think the design of the spec's really weird. For this, it actually felt good before, at least, and it gives you something to go after when you proc the right horseman. And this one got kind of gutted too, because this one's also like 10% disease dam, and they nerfed your disease down by a ton. I don't think there's enough damage to chase after in the spec. Kind of funny they left horseman's aid. It's still 80%. I think it's not enough in PvP. Reddit just feels like if the actual trigger for your like full horseman showing up was different, I think it'd be way more fun. Or if you just baseline had a 1 second GCD somehow. I feel like 1 second GCD would fix a lot of Frost problems, to be honest. Feels really tough. Like you have all your setup globals and you have extra things thrown on top. Both specs do. The solution to making Deathbringer feel smooth was unspecking Chill Streak. Yeah. I mean, Chill Streak damage is kind of low in general, but like Deathbringer feels super clunky when you're playing Chill Streak. When you unspec Chill Streak, suddenly it feels okay. And it just gives you an idea of how bloated the spec is global wise. They didn't really alleviate any of Frost's issues with globals like they did with Unholy. And I think Unholy's probably pretty fucking good. I mean, they haven't really nerfed Unholy unless they nerf unless Frostweaver's nerf carries across to Unholy as well. I mean, I don't know if Frosty K is okay after nerfs. I think the Exterminate playstyle where you try and pull 4 of them will be fine. You'll have less space to work with, but I think it will be plenty of burst. Wait, what did is Chuck done for the night or is he coming back? Oh, apparently there was stuff getting one tapped. People were saying in beta from Warlocks. There might just be some crazy shit going on. They just disabled it. Oh, Amelink, that was a different thing. They nerfed that already. That was to do with a bug. Hey, Dos. Using Pharaoh? I mean, I think you should just be a rogue, right? Your rogues are gear. I think rogues have been working out fine. You have no tear or anything? You wouldn't be taking this Pharaoh. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm fine with whatever, but I feel like your rogue has got progress a little bit. I mean, DH seems pretty average, I think. So far. They're just kind of better. Top pays me up tonight. I guess this happened a couple times. Is Av around for what bosses? Is this working? I don't see Av on. Has Av been on at all today? I don't ignore anyone. I might have been in the middle of ranting about changes or looking at reviewing changes. I feel like I went on like a nice little like hour-long monologue on the changes. No, I'm talking. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I guess I'm responding to text, but in that case, I was responding to just like what I was reading in the changes, I guess. It's from Ani, if we do Ani. Well, the changes that I already formed an opinion on before I started my stream, a lot of it, and then I just read over it and kind of, I mean, you know, things change. I'm curious. I think Unholy might be virtually the same, but a little bit weaker defensively, which I think seems appropriate. I do think Frost will struggle to do stuff outside of its go, and that's tragic for Frost, if I'm being real. I love the idea of a version of Frost that doesn't rely on just doing stuff around Pillar and playing gimmicky. It's so hard to recreate Legion Frost. What's Legion Frost like? You didn't have any real massive damage amps tied to Pillar. Pillar was just so Obliteration is really what fucked it, I think. Obliteration ties a lot of power to Pillar of Frost. And which I really liked when they first put Obliteration. I was really excited about it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever, but the truth is, like, having like amping up your cooldowns wasn't necessarily ideal. So Legion Frost Get rid of these. Legion Frost is just like everything to damage. You're just always pumping. You had it. Part of the reason why it felt so fun is that the preset, they had templates back in Legion, so your actual get didn't matter, and you just had tons of haste in your preset. They tuned the damage, right? They tuned all the abilities, and then they tuned your haste up tons. So the abilities were tuned to do good, decent damage, and then you had fucked up levels of haste. Just really fucked up levels of haste, and you just went crazy the whole time. Nowadays, because you have to like do all the work yourself to get your damage to be decent, when your mastery is so potent, you kind of, if you go full mastery, you hit hard, but you have to play with the lowest haste the whole time, and having to balance that yourself, like, you shouldn't have to balance it in Legion, because they tune the ability and they tune the haste, so they just made the spec fun to play. Okay, I don't have time to do these dailies, but in the build, just playing survival. I don't have all these quests, do I? I think I did the same thing as last time where I forgot one of those sets. I'm wrong. Kinda looks like I have all of them. I'd be missing 2 if I'm missing any, right? How many is supposed to be? 8? 8 seems about right. I mean, it's vanilla. Most specs are gonna feel stripped down from retail. I think it's fine. The only thing I don't like about it, I think, is the trap reliance. Feels really bad, so I just have to like continually hurl traps to do damage. It's everyone's just done with the quest. I'm going through it pretty fast. I mean, yeah, War Within's incremental, 100%. Dragonflight was had more change, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means you should have. I mean, that's sort of how every expansion is. So like, Dragonflight was the reset expansion. Like when you went from Burning Crusade to Wrath, it wasn't like every class got overhauled. Classes just got a little better. They had an increment that made them feel cleaner. That's kind of it. So it's kind of the same thing with this expansion. Like War Within just feels like they made improvements to existing specs and classes. Hey Minna, how are we doing today? Progress is progress. It's good there. They'll do more classes. I mean, that's kind of their thing. It seems like every other expansion or whatever, they do them every 2, 3. I don't think Evoker will be the last one, but also, I mean, in theory, having more isn't exactly harder. They just have to, they have to have more light balances at a certain point, right? To keep things in check. Unrelated, but it actually feels like the same thing happened with DK again this time, by the way. It feels like with mages, like, oh, what do we do? And they like one change, and I feel like there's someone at Blizzard that's like, you know what, they need that. We probably shouldn't touch that type thing. But then with Death Knight, they're like, someone has 3 different ideas, and they just go with all of them. Why not do it? Like, no one, it doesn't feel like anyone's batting for them still. Kind of feels like someone was when they put the stuff in, but ooh, that's not great. Yeah, but again, you should be able to scale around like basically infinite number of variables if you've got an infinite number of people that are working on it. You know what I mean? It should just scale evenly, I think.
Turbo mode enabled.
We'll see. A new expansion is always interesting as well because it does have that opportunity. I think BGs as an ingress point for PvP are really good too. I could see it going well for them. I could see the new BG system being a really like good thing for the game in that sense. I don't think Shuffle was particularly friendly to new players. I don't think Arena in general is very friendly to new players. Almost all players that got into Arena to begin with started in BGs. It's a way less it's way less daunting to do BGs than to do Arena.
You scored 0.
Yeah, no, Soul Beach is sick. I think if you focus on winning, they're gonna be super toxic, like way more toxic than I think they'll be a lot more toxic than Arena, which is kind of funny, but they'll be more toxic because people have no like people a lot of toxicity is like the gap between what people expect to happen, which is winning, hopefully, right? And what ends up happening, which is losing. And especially when you have like less control over it, because it's, you know, you're 1 and 8. It's like a lot of variables. Additionally, you know, compared to Arena, you have a lot less control when it's 1 and 3. So I expect that there'll be lots and lots of massive loss streaks and stuff like that, and BGs that probably have no impact, no actual like bearing on the actual quality of the player doing it. Especially if you're playing a class that is like typically low impact. Like if you play a high impact class like Rogue, I'm sure you'll have a good time and like you'll have a good win rate and it'll feel very much like you're doing a lot of the work. But if you're playing not a Rogue, I guess there's a few classes that probably are similar, that are good at ninja capping and stuff. Those are the classes that have high win rates. Everyone else will just be kind of forced to go with whatever it can find for them, which may or may not be a good thing. It is now that does that. I'm not entirely sure what. Is it one that shows based on range that I have?
You scored 0.
Yeah, Mythic Plus. Have you been on Mythic Plus on beta, Dorse? Or on live? Have you done any on beta yet, Mana? Mana does a lot of Mythic Plus too. Yeah, unfortunately, like, a lot of that stuff changes so much. Like Frost got pretty hefty now, Mythic Plus, I think today? No, last time maybe. It was a silly spec for a little bit there. 4 minutes. You know, I actually could get all in number 1. 4 minutes, maybe? If I'm lucky. Is there no way in here? There is no way in here. How the fuck did you get in? Get to lava jump successfully. Damn, man. It's so hard to do it while moving forward quickly. Use your camera angle. I don't think Chuck's on Ferrani tonight. You might not want to do it tomorrow night though. We don't do MC tomorrow night. I mean, I haven't seen it since the changes. I was hoping to try it tonight, but apparently it's it's down right now. My expectation is it will be fine, but maybe not. Like, you know, the reality is you're hoping. It's kind of interesting because like devs are trying to eliminate any class from being S tier, basically. Like that's their goal, right? Their goal is to make everyone kind of similar in terms of power. And as a Death Knight, what you're hoping for, like as a player, what you're hoping for is to be S tier. You're hoping to be the outlier, and I'm sure Death Knight will still be fine, but you're probably not going to be the outlier with those changes. Maybe Unholy still has a chance to be an outlier. Unholy still seems pretty good, yeah. I don't see any major changes to Unholy. They buffed Frost Mage. They did sort of. I mean, I think the changes are probably in response to. I imagine. They have so many things they have to do, right? The devs have to be drastically crunching right now. They probably see things and make. Like, some of those notes are probably from like last week before the meta kind of evolved, and then over the course of the week the meta kind of evolved. And I can't help but wonder if the Frost Mage stuff, like, Frost Mages didn't seem like as big an outlier until later on in the week. Actually, that's not true. They took a 25% nerf to begin with, and then just kind of, I don't know. They're someone is like, hey, let's see how this plays out a bit first, and that's probably smart. With that level of care, it's likely they'll remain strong and they'll keep them in that top kind of category of classes. I don't know if Death Knight will necessarily suffer this, like will have that same kind of fortune.
Well met. Keep your feet on the ground.
There's a lot more nerfs than that. It looks like they double hit Exterminate, and they hit Reaper's Mark, and they hit Frost Fever. I mean, honestly, Frost took some fucked up nerfs. I don't know if Frost makes it back from those ones, to be honest, unless you play really gimmicky and you have to use it all together. Frost Fever took, I mean, Frost took crazy nerfs. Because I already feel like Frost Fever, or like the actual, like, you were carried by Hero Talons. And yeah, Reaper's Mark took like 40%. Exterminate took a nerf in PvE of like 50%, 40%. And then they took a 30% PvP mod on top of that. And then Frost Fever took a 60, 70% nerf as well. So yeah, it's tough to come back from that. That's just all to hit the top 4 abilities that you have. Like, the funny thing about Frost, and Frost has suffered from this for a long time, but Obliterate and Frost Strike aren't that scary. So Warrior took some PvP mod nerfs, but yeah, I think Frost will struggle. It's a pity, you know, whoever nerfed Frost definitely wasn't looking at them the same way they're looking at Frost Mage, you know? Like Frost Mage, they're being very careful with. But Frost DK took 7 or 8 nerfs in that one patch. Right? It's like, yeah. Someone does not like Frost DK. They definitely not like, let's wait and see. I mean, maybe they're like more like, let's wait and see and we'll buff them back. And maybe there's someone like expecting they need to buff them back. But I don't think that Frost will. The only thing that remains for Frost will be Gimmick Burst, and that just involves you being really gimmicky with Reaper's Mark, I think. No, I don't really want to cast a meta. I mean, everyone's gonna have their own biases, right? We're all biased. I'm biased. Everyone's biased. I imagine the devs all played different classes and also have some of those same biases to whatever they play. And again, the bias may not be like, oh, I really hate this class. It's more like I don't care as much for this class and I really have a special place for X and Y class. Like, and that would just be like, if I was a dev at Blizzard, I'd be like, hey, wait, I think there's a possibility if you do this, they won't be very effective at anything. Like, you know, someone would probably advocate for certain specs. And I don't think it comes through strongly with Death Knight. But I feel like it comes through strongly that someone is like making sure, and that's a good thing, that someone is like, hey, let's make sure that, you know, X and Y spec is good. Mages right now are being taken care of. Rogues, I think, historically, are pretty well taken care of. They make sure, and that's not a bad thing at all. I think someone's just like standing up for those specs to make sure they have what they need. And I don't think that same care is given necessarily, in this case, to Frost DK. Rogues not necessarily good right now, but I think if the more squish everyone's damage gets, the more the outliers come in, the better rogues will become. If everyone's in the same place, rogues still have their mechanics. I didn't beta test DK that much. I did enough. but not necessarily that much. I've been playing other stuff the last couple days because I didn't want to just like spam. Like I'm not there trying to ruin people's experience on beta. I don't think that's what. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not. It's not. It's not even criticism. Nice, nobody. It's actually not even criticism. I think it's important that someone is sticking up for those specs. That's how those specs like you know, it's how you don't just have like mages useless and rogues useless and stuff like that, right? I think someone's sticking. I think if someone sticks up for if people have an idea of how every class should fit in PvP and how they should look, then I think things are great. I think you just hope that everyone that there is a dev doing that for every spec and making sure they have what they like, at least kind of have what they need. Not a bad thing at all. Like it's not criticism. I think someone's sticking up for mages and saying, hey, like if you hit them too high with damage, how you know, how would they possibly ever succeed? That's kind of how I imagine it. Yes, Iva. I imagine people are there and they're just like making sure. Again, that's not a bad thing. Well, someone put those things in there in the first place. I feel like there's strongly conflicting design, because like yeah, there's certain things in there they put in the normal tree that are like a PvP did that, right? Someone who cares for PvP, like someone. When they put null magic in, that's a PvP talent. It has so little value in PvE. That's a PvP talent. And they just said, nah, never mind, I guess. I wish they didn't add it in the first place. Because I felt the same thing. I felt the same way in Dragonflight. They had these cool ideas, and then they just didn't go with them. And it's only interesting because like they're glimpses of like what other classes have is established. Like it's just the lore of those specs. Like when a rogue vanishes twice and cloaks, you don't go, man, they should remove that. They're just like, that's been in the game for 10 years, whatever. That's how things are. And I feel like there's glimpses of that, but yeah. I was hoping they would leave null magic because I felt like it was like a, I don't know. Again, I compare Frost Mage to Warrior and I was like, that's going to be us to Aflock or us to Dark classes. That was the more exciting one to me. When I saw null magic get hit by a very substantial enough, I was, yeah. But again, I haven't tested the changes yet, so I'm not critical of them until I've actually had a chance. I'll try everything. So now there are rares that spawn, is that right? For a bit? I need a little bit of rep, but not much rep. Honestly, yeah, like I need like 200 rep. Oh, so not. If it's 150 per, maybe only like 50 or something. Really close. Beta's up, but there's no, unless they've changed something, shuffle's not up. Yeah, they must have disabled it. They must have bugged something. And we can. You can probably war game on. We can do some pre-patch if you want, Johnny. Pre-patch is like not as. It's just unfortunate. It's getting like pre-patch is getting further and further away from how the game actually is. Every time they do any kind of changes. I don't have time to do some. What do you want to do? Some yeah, we can do some gearing. Sure. I wish they would push some of the changes across so that you'd kind of mess around with them pre-patch. Because right when it came out, it was nice because it was really close to the same game, just no Hairy Talons. And then it just yeah, I mean, it makes it faster for sure. We did not do MC, nope. We're doing MC on Friday.
It lives inside my head and all the shit I've been through. You know, I've always begged for you. I begged for you. You put me to hell and then you broke my heart too. You know that I was still back for you. I begged for you. When all you think about is you, no matter how hard you bring me down, all the shit I've been through, I still love
Gives it every game though, right? It's like normal conquest, but it gives it.
It lives inside my head and all the shit I've been through. You know, I've always begged for you. I begged for you. You put me to hell and then you broke my heart too. You know that I would still beg for you. I beg for you. When all you think about is you. No matter how hard you bring me down, all the shit I've been through, but still I beg for you. Lost my mind. My friends all say I lost my mind, lost my mind. I keep talking about you all the time, all the time. I can't help but treat you like you're mine, like you're mine. Yeah, my friends all say I lost my mind, lost my mind. I keep talking about you. I'm so fucking mad, I know, yeah. 'Cause you're driving me insane.
I don't know after the most recent ones. We can't test it right now. I've been different since I met you. All my friends, they say I've changed. And I've been trying to forget you, yeah. But you've been stuck inside my brain. Such a waste of my time, such a waste of my life. Thanks for breaking my heart. My friends all say I lost my mind, lost my mind. I keep talking about you all the time, all the time. I can't help but treat you like you're mine, like you're mine. Yeah, my friends all say I lost my mind, lost my mind. My friends all say I lost my mind. Yeah, my friends all say I lost my Give me that one base. DK is getting very big nuffs, yeah. No, we're two capping. Frost Riders. I mean, Frost Riders has like a. I'll try it. The issue with Frosty K and Riders is that you can't really press, like you can't spawn your ads at the right time. They killed Destrolock? I thought they buffed Destrolock in the most recent buff. This was pretty bad. Is that post change? Billy played Frost. I think I played Frost the least. Was enjoying it though. Moonguns have Billy seen, so it's hard to have an opinion on them. Patch notes are right there. They're not. They're just hotfix notes though. So it's not perfect. Like some of them might not be correct. Uh-oh. We had the flag, they killed our flag, and they capped it. They win with that. Why was our flag carrier going towards their base? Like, I swear when he dropped it, he was already at their base. I have no idea what the high ratings are in it. I think I saw people at 2K and 2-1 earlier on.
To bring you this.
Bro, I'm pretty sure that guy ran to the other side though. Yeah, Shuffle's been disabled tonight on beta. I'm guessing there was like a bug. Apparently, there was a one-shot bug. I mean, there's probably a beta build coming out tomorrow anyway. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if so those notes that are posted on Wirehead, they're all just hotfixes. I wonder if they're gonna do a build with different stuff as well. There is no build, no new build, is there? Those are all hotfix changes today. We'll see what Blizzard says they're changing. And what... Those are all data mine changes. Blizzard normally posts like a new set of notes if they're going to make changes. Heal the... Well, 10 gifted subs, man. I love you, man. Literally 10 gifted subs. 2,190 as well, man. What the fuck? 2,190 total. I love you, buddy. Fortunately, I gotta sit here and defend this for a sec before I can move on. I don't trust otherwise. I wish I had like a timer when it caps. Both our healers are LM right now. There's a rogue up there that will possibly deal with both. Oh, it's healer and 3 and a tank. Thank you so much, Diva, buddy. You don't want to get your shaman on live?
Floors open when I cry. I can see this city through my water eyes. Lets me know that I'm still here. When my eyes clear up, I will go outside. I'll imagine you're still by my side. Lets me know that I'm still here. Sometimes I want to.
Yeah, I should. I can't see when I can leave a base. I guess you get used to the timing on it eventually. Ben with the 10-month resub, gifted by Johnny as well. Thank you to you for taking up the subs as well, buddy. GG, drum buddy. Alright, it's 2 cap. I think. They 2 cap we're fighting here. How many do we have here? 3? Honestly, we're not. 2 of it committed? Oh no, man. We got it. They're just crushing us by attacking whatever base we... Do we send 2 people there? No, we still have 2 people here. I guess we have no healers though. I don't know. In this one, I don't think I can be in both places at once. But this one was Felt River. I wasn't lost. I think Roy looks good actually. They're just not super good in BGs right now, or a pre-patch. I think Frosty guys will be. Maybe not. I mean, they left Unholy at least. They did hold back on Unholy. Unholy could have used the damage enough, and they chose not to.
Life will carry on, but I forget how to be strong. When the sun goes down, 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 when the sun goes down.
Those they're not really patch notes. They're just data mine changes. Got one healer? Yep, full heal us down. No, we're two capping. It's very good. Is Destro in? Are there nerfs to Destro in that in those patch notes? I thought there's buffs to Destro. Soda Power doesn't affect Ice Fury? What do you mean it doesn't root? Soda Power should it have an effect on? You mean like you can't use it to like Frost Shock root and proc Ice Fury at the same time? It might be. I usually just use my Ice Fury procs as soon as I get them to proc the Lava Burst or the Ellie Blast. It does sound kind of annoying though, if you want to use it for a root. Frost Shock? Only as a dead global, like as a filler. Are there enough in the notes? I'll look again. I mean, rogues and BGs in general are just super fucking annoying. It's funny if I like BGs like really exacerbate the like mechanic value of rogue. It'd be funny if BGs will get rogues now finally, mechanically. I feel like it could be. I feel like rogue win rate and BGs is gonna be disgustingly high compared to other classes. All right, that's a dub. Oh wait, let's have you guys seen this yet? Did you guys see the new cinematic came out today? It's actually like not bad. It's 5 minutes though. We'll watch it now. Yep. Is that loud enough, you guys? There's no spoilers there, I don't think.
Slender is the strand that guides our destiny, known only by true.
This, I think, is quite a bit better than the trailer that I saw before. This one's very like typical. It's a pity they didn't do this like with the proper
Sacrifice.
everything.
In our kingdom of Azj-Kahet, no one understood this sacrifice more than Queen Neferis, my mother. I saw this when the Black Empire came to conscript us for their last stand at Ny'alotha. My mother refused them.
For this treachery, your line will sever itself. This kingdom will wither with the waning of your worth.
Her strength defined us that day. And in that moment, we felt destined for greatness. But in the years that followed, our greatness was tarnished.
Was that the thing with Last Stand at Ny'alotha? Was that like long ago, like ancient, or was that 2019, like 2020, the BFA thing?
Look at them.
Now, just keep in mind as well, if you want to just visualize, if you have the crab mode on, there'll be crabs, right? I feel they should redo the cinematic with arachnophobia mode on.
Out there. Wretched. Starving.
I am not immune to our people's suffering. I believe better days will come.
Not if you keep failing to seize the moment. What was the point of you freeing our future, only to leave us buried in the past?
You comprehend so little. There is much for you to learn before you can be queen.
Mother! Mother!
Ansarek? Are you seeing this?
You have heard my voice in your dreams, Great Queen.
The Harbinger.
Yes, of the empire that was. But the old gods are dead. The empire lies in ashes, and a shadow has fallen on your kingdom. But the blood of the old gods can make your people powerful again. Your reign could could last for eternity. All you have to do is take my hand.
Your words are tempting, but the cost is too great. I would never risk my kingdom for such power.
Mother, who are you talking to?
Oh, ghosts, dearest. As always, they are my ready counsel.
I'm not sorry for what I said. I only want our people to be great once more.
Greatness is fleeting. What we must do now is endure. Your time will come, child, but only when you are ready. What have you done?
You're not the only one seeing ghosts, Mother.
Oh shit.
How sad to have a queen so wise and yet so ignorant to the call of destiny.
Her name is Xal'atath. You had your chance, Mother. With this power,
Did her eyes change color? They just get more red?
you had your chance, Mother. With this power, Ashkahet is unbound. We will rise.
Wait, did she have those horns before too? It like changes the way they look?
Ashkahet is unbound. We will rise. We will conquer. And together, we will finally claim our destiny.
Long live Queen Anzrak.
See, that's like a lot more. It's like, it's a huge pity that they didn't do. Wait, Johnny's gone offline. You know another one, Johnny? I just wanted to watch that real quick. It's a huge pity that they didn't do that as the full, like, everything. Like the, you know, not cartoonish style, like the more real style. I think that's a great intro, man. I think it's a teaser for what the patch is. Like that for like, it's like basically it sets the tone for that entire zone. It basically sets the tone that the Nerubian are like originally, like, so their original motivations were just like survive type thing, and they intentionally like didn't go with the old gods. So they weren't old god aligned, and they were their own people. And then now, when we go down there, because that's the final zone, right? Like you're going further and further into the ground. When you get to the final zone, you understand why they hate you, right? They're corrupted, and it also sets the tone for like Xal'atath. I definitely don't think it's a raid teaser at all. I think it's a like the whole zone is defined by that. It explains like specifically why there's, because I think they suddenly I mean, it doesn't explain everything, but yeah, Xal'atath looks pretty evil in that too. I think Xal'atath was more ambiguous until that point. Marley Gray, not so much on that. She looks crazy. Not a bad thing. Exactly, Midna. I thought they actually did a good job with that. I mean, I think maybe there's also maybe like the old god's dead, but like wasn't she like supposed to be like, that concept was that she could have been kind of like an old god? Like she could be the remaining one. But I think she's also supposed to be like kind of like I mean, let me Google Harbinger to get the definition correct. Herald, yeah. So she's basically the herald of the Void Lords, I think is the idea. She's the bridge between the old gods that are now dead, and I imagine she's the bringer of the Void Lords. Wait, Jack's logging on. Do you want to? I went to bed though. This is not post note. This is on live. I have not seen, like, beta's kind of broken right now. You can't queue shuffles today. There might be a build tomorrow that changes things a bit. Shuffles were, and maybe they're up now, but they were down. I mean, Old God Lords, Old God expansions have been my favorite for sure as well. Like almost all the really like awesome. I mean, they were part of, yeah. No, I agree. Honestly, that cinematic with Zeloteth actually kind of hype relative to the other ones that were like less direct. That's some decent lore. So unfortunately, we are not stronger. This is a double thing. I mean, I think it sets up. I mean, she already, her name is I didn't actually Google what Harbinger meant. I didn't realize it was like bringer of something, like herald of something. For some reason I thought it was something else. Anyway, it's pretty obvious what she's the bringer of, and it's not cookies. Well, maybe it's honestly it's possible still that she gives you cookies. I suppose there could be a cooking arc for Zeloteth as well in there somewhere, but more likely she's bringing Void Gods and or Void God related baked goods. I mean, her character was one that was like, I don't know. They haven't made her character complicated at all, but we like. I want to see more about the stuff from. Oh shit! This is where I go down. I think. Yeah, I've known for a while, Johnny. This team fight is not a winning one. Oh no, yeah, we don't really have other DPS. I think the last Titan is actually they actually have a name for him already. I think it's Steve, the last Titan. They had these. They decided they were done with the badass names like Zeloteth and stuff. They just went with Steve. In Boss the expansion. Can you imagine? You have fucking the jailer, Arthas the Lich King, Zeloteth, and Steve, their boss. Honestly, still has more. There's probably more lore to that than the jailer. It's true. At least Steve isn't out here trying to have like a backstory that's crazy. I mean, if they like, originally I was like kind of like, I wanted Zeloteth to be a complicated character, as Madness said, you know, we can fix it, but I guess I'm kind of down for it to be evil as fuck as well, but like, it's like upfront Sylvanas. Like she's not trying to, like Sylvanas was trying to be the war chief, and Zeloteth ain't. She's just evil. It also kind of fits almost because wait, I'm confused now. Bro, that'd be kind of crazy. Okay. What if the Void Gods... So Zeloteth was being confined by... confined by N'Zoth, right? Isn't that the idea? Like N'Zoth was keeping her imprisoned. And N'Zoth said that he was the only one that could protect you from the things that are coming. Was he referring to the Void Gods or the jailer? Yeah, they did make it do a free bit, but like he was at the time, everyone was like, "Oh, he was talking about the jailer and his shitty plot line." But what if it was actually the Void Gods are protecting us from the old gods were like kind of like not buddies with the Void Gods, you know? And the Void Gods were worse, and they're kind of like protecting Azeroth from that. Yeah, I'm just saying that. Well, we don't know. I mean, honestly, it could be retconned as fuck, but. Since Mop, I feel like Mop was the ultimate filler expansion, if I'm being real. Mop was definitely the intermission between Kata and Lich King being super serious and the saga that followed. I feel like Mop was very filler. We aren't strong enough to win the team fights, unfortunately, in this one. We got kind of lucky to almost win this game, but ultimately they wiped us at they've wiped us at every fight so far. I don't even know how we actually stole Waterworks the first time. But yeah, this genuinely quite exciting, I think. The story arc that they've got right now is actually kind of sick. I didn't realize they'd have, I guess if you leveled on beta, maybe it's all like described quite well, but I'm kind of excited about that sense too. I've got no idea what's going to happen leveling. Hopefully it's actually story rich. I mean, I'd rather you not ruin it. I've kind of at this point it's like 2 weeks away. All right, we're right there. Like, I'm kind of looking forward to having no idea going into it. We got 3 extra days, right? Like, I'm hoping to just level every character. Honestly, do I want more characters? I guess I have to consider that I might want more characters than I have. I want like 10 characters, because why not? Spam BGs on all of them. I'm using S3 updated by Sammers, I think. Ret, pretty average. Not super good. Probably needed some change. You think Crosby dead? No. Maybe. We'll see. I think there's a playstyle that I can think of that would still be quite powerful. I'll try some stuff. I think it's a 45-second one-shot playstyle, yeah. But still probably slower than last time. I think if you're exterminating every single blit, you'll probably feel like you're doing roughly what you did before. The funny part is, I think the way that you end up using Reaper's Mark is like very... It's not important who it's on. Which is kind of funny. It was like Reaper's Mark like a pet. Something random. Has anyone tried Reaper's Mark on totems? Does it immediately proc your does it immediately proc and give you exterminates? An Holy Guide? I mean, I think I did one kind of. That one works completely fine for... I did like a little like preview. It's not really a guide though. Nothing's changed about Rida, I don't think, for Unholy. Plays the exact same as it's been playing. In general, I mean that playstyle of Reaper Frost that existed this last week is genuinely one of the most fun playstyles because it has a good mixture of both. It had like it was a bit too much, but like it was a really nice mixture of stuff. The thing that kills that is the nerf to Disease Dam to Frost Fever. I think when they cut Frost Fever back that much, I think it kills your ability to play that way, and you're gonna have to instead just focus on burst. But I love the fact that you had good sustain at the same time as you had good burst. Too much burst, but Unholy is more flexible, so it'd be Unholy now, I think. But I'll see. I'll check it all. The Unholy changes are quite nice. It's funny because I wonder if San Lan will be the most gimmicky spec you can play now. It actually might be. San Lan still has 2 million hits. Like you have giant hits at the end of your go. I mean, it's super counterable. You can just dispel against it, but still the most one-shotty. Got Machpo sidered, unfortunately. Wasted a lot of time. Oh wait, she's not the healer. Yeah, that's why I figure out the changes are just like a little bit out of date. Because exactly that. Frost Mage got buffs, so they win now with the 20 points from that. But yeah. I think I did 2020. I did their whole team put together, but it just didn't matter. I was stuck in too many fights with healers. I mean, I hope they put I hope they put a timer on exterminate. I think it's really important. I don't want to be incentivized to do that. It's a really, really toxic playstyle. They should just put a 10 second, 20 second, like 20 second duration on exterminate maybe. One thing I haven't done as well, I'm not sure if other people have been doing this. There's like quite a few things you can fuck around with Reaper Frost. I feel like people haven't fully evolved that spec yet. I haven't tried to do like a cascade with the procs yet. Exterminate procs? Or the Reaper's Mic procs? I don't know if like Zeke or anyone would be messing around with that or not. Basically, if you ever proc, so like you just try to fish for a double proc, basically. So what I mean by that is basically you try to just wait. You logged off, Johnny? Johnny may have DC'd. You like try and fish for, so what you do is you like, let's imagine I'm using obliterate here. You obliterate at reprocs and you go to new target. You obliterate a different target to try and proc on two targets. And you can do the same thing with if you like pull, like I was showing earlier on, you pull, but instead you Reaper's Mic this guy, and then you fish for two reprocs on these two. And then your first one procs and you try and fish for more procs on more targets. And you just try and get as many Reaper's Mics out on different targets as you can to try and then give you more exterminates. And you try and just use all those procs. It's like kind of niche, but obviously like it feeds you a ton of exterminates. That's actually a fun playstyle. That sounds fun to me. I'll try it. Well, I haven't changed the duration. I haven't actually tried it because I feel like exterminate it's hard enough that you just try and kill one target. But instead trying to have multiple Reaper's Mics out sounds kind of sick too. It's okay, but I think with the 32-month resub, man. Sure, she's going to be better for Unholy. Right, this is Hanlan. Right is, I think. Sanlan's win. It's very defeatable by Weakar. So is Reaper for us, I suppose. But yeah, you can just know they're about to try and do their one shot, and honestly, you can detect it so easily too. Like Weakars can figure out what spec the Death Knight's playing really quickly. You just look for a buff on the Death Knight. The moment you see that buff, you know you've got a Dispel Disease. It's hard for the other team. Like, it's hard for Weakars to play around Ryder. Unholy. Because the procs are pretty random. You can tell which horses are out, but they aren't really like that. It's like pressure based. Yeah, I think Red Unholy looks good still. ODK is very fun. Safe pick? I mean, I need to see things. Basically, we can't play the new patch yet on beta. There might be a new patch tomorrow as well with other changes, but right now shuffles are disabled on beta. So currently there's no safe picks. That's true, but it's awesome, man. I'm glad things are going well for you, buddy. And my mouse, I do not. I have no advice on. I'm left-handed and I use my mouse on my right hand, so it doesn't feel comfortable for me to have a whole bunch of buttons on my mouse. Unless they make like a ridiculously light one that has a bunch of buttons. It's interesting. So when I showed up here, I thought it was a really bad idea. Because I'm like, hey, this node's freshly capped over, but it actually seems like it takes that long to kill everyone here anyway. Like, it's actually perfect, I think. It's not time to contest market, right? Nice, Happy. Wait, they ghost this? One dude? That cap's over, man. I feel what they'll have to do is, like, if a base is contested, you can delay it or something. Because as it stands right now, this is like just wasted our time, basically. You know what I mean? Like, it feels really bad to go to a base that's already already contested, and smaller screen, not a wide screen.
Feel the power, now you're by my side. I've been searching, but you didn't hide. You were there through my darkest days. You know me in my eyes, and you feel like I could spread my wings and fly. I burn the sky. I see the
Close game. Maybe do it in time, but I feel like no. I got two healers here. I'll kill him right afterwards, but there's not enough time for me to do both. Oh wait, we ninja'd it. One of the healers couldn't contest because he's in angel form. Yep, we played a bunch of Frost. Such a frustrating system, man. Like, I think if a base is being contested, it shouldn't cap over. It should get you to not defend a base that's not being contested, but or at least it should extend a little bit. This is not bad enough. cap won it for them. They get more points too for like a single cap. It's weird. Feel like you have so little control over those games, especially as like just like a damage class. Feels like everything's about just like going to off nodes, and like honestly, like what normally wins people games is someone just camping one node. A rogue that just sits at one node the entire game and forces people to go to them.
I just don't get you. You fall asleep when I get up. Those friends you run to, they look at me like they're above. This time don't hesitate, run away, baby, don't lie and say I'm good for you, too good for you. Tell me either way, what's going on with this love, with this love? Drop it any day. What is wrong with this love, with this love? I walk around you, I move along but you get stuck. Say I belong to you, can't have it all, it's all too much. You always let me stay, play more games, baby, don't lie and say I'm good for you, too good for you. Tell me either way, what's going on with this love, with this love? Drop it any day. What is wrong with this love, with this love? Tell me what we're gonna do. Keeping all your secrets, can't promise a thing. Yeah, we got nothing to lose. I know we both had enough. It's not only you that's moving on. Tell me either way, what's going on with this love, with this love? Drop it any day. What is wrong with this love, with this love?
Now, I want to get down to the simplest possible nitty-gritty.
New notes with today. 6th, I guess. No, Johnny. I don't think it's I think it's more of the league team thing. I honestly I don't know the specific, but it doesn't apply really to us. Hunts, we can't play on beta right now. There's no shuffle up. I imagine that most of those changes were decent Hondas. Hondas might be the one defense against mage. Maybe. Right now, solo queue's on April on beta. I'm guessing they have, I haven't seen what the algorithm is for that. My assumption is it will try to avoid stacking classes. I think that in general, from a rating standpoint, I mean, I haven't seen how it's evolving right now, but I am just assuming that, you know, rogues are gonna have high win rate and high ratings, because technically speaking, if the most important class is, let's say, a rogue, as a rogue, you will always have a rogue on your team. That's pretty powerful, right? For your win rate. Uh-oh. Not for me. This paladin, though. How they avoid class stacking? Well, I mean, so here's what's going to happen, right? Realistically, different classes will just have a different impact on RBGs, and that means that you'll have a naturally higher win rate on those classes. Now, Shuffle tried to avoid having class stack lobbies. It would just try and have one of each class in each lobby. RBGs can't do that. Very hard to target that. So there'll be class stacking. Each team will have, like, it'll try and distribute to a certain extent, but realistically, there's a pretty high chance that, like, if you actually if you simulate, 10,000 RBG games, my guess is that because rogues will probably end up being the most important class, and maybe druids, as a result of that, like, if you had like the RBG ladder, it would be like mostly rogues being the highest rated, right? Because occasionally, if you play, let's say you're the best at some other class, occasionally you won't have rogues in your games. And if your team happens to not have a rogue and you're against a really good rogue because it's high rated, they should probably win a good amount more often than they lose, just based on the fact that rogues can do stuff that other classes can't in a BG situation, and therefore they would be higher rated, right? So like your ladder could literally be 20, the top 20 could all be rogues, and that would be fine because you could have rank 1 be based on class. So hopefully they do that, and it wouldn't matter too much. Just the system would just mitigate against the fact that some classes are just going to be tuned to be better at getting higher rated. I find it funny because they put in fucking stealth things. They realize that stealth is OP, so they put little stealth icons in. Unfortunately, the things that give you stealth don't also give you sap blind, the ability to resap, that kind of thing. They just let you stealth sneak up on nodes. Nope. Hello? You might be loud. Hang on.
What? So,
What? Hello. So what did you get from McDonald's at 1 a.m.?
I'm staring at it right now.
You're staring at what to get from
There's a-
McDonald's?
There's a 13 cookie tote.
13.
13 cookies.
The McDonald's cookies, have they changed those at all? Are they the same? They're like the animal cookies?
Now they're chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, wait, hang on a second.
Freshly baked.
I have not. Oh, it's like the McCafe? McCafe? Is that a thing?
Straight up says a cookie.
It just says chocolate cookie. Oh, okay, it literally is. I don't know if I personally, it's fresh. Not fresh.
I mean,
Not fresh at 1 a.m. For damn sure. Looks alright. It looks like a cookie. I mean, it is aptly named.
40-piece chicken McNugget for $15.89. That seems cheap.
McDonald's McNuggets are crazy cheap. It's definitely like the only one that if you get the tenders, it's expensive. The nuggets are crazy cheap. Weirdly enough, they're expensive in New Zealand though, which is kind of
Probably
weird.
more real
Okay.
chicken in a single tender than there is in an entire 40-piece of nuggets.
Yeah, that's not what you get McNuggets for though. You aren't getting McNuggets to have. You aren't buying McNuggets to have like the authentic chicken experience, right? You aren't expecting fucking someone to come and.
Greasy.
You're having it.
filling,
Well, it's like almost like a McNugget almost isn't about like it's called like it's like supposed to be like a reference to chicken, but it's like not. It's really its own food group. It's its own food. It's not that it's not food. It's its own thing. It's like
I mean,
closest to the chicken family, but also like really it's just its own. It's its own category. I think they're good. Like I've had one of them in the last and they're good. I thought they're good.
I mean, calorically, they're still legally food.
They're definitely
Probably
food.
mostly protein.
The question is just like how close they are to chicken. Are they closer to chicken or whatever that they use to like be with the chicken? They combine with the chicken.
It's a chicken-like protein product.
It's chicken plus like whatever else they use to combine. I don't know. It tastes good.
It's chicken plus.
It's chicken plus. Eventually they drop the chicken from the name. It's just McNuggets. There's no reference to. I think they're good. And they're cheap.
Me too. I mean, I'm cheap. And
A lot of the other stuff is not cheap from McDonald's, if I'm being real. Although you're DoorDash and McDonald's, so you aren't necessarily caring about price.
I mean, I can get 40 McNuggets for the same price as a Big Mac meal, basically. I feel like the McNuggets are probably twice the calories.
What are your thoughts on the smoky BLT quarter pounder with cheese?
The only thing I've ever eaten at McDonald's in the last 5 years are nuggets, the spicy chicken.
It looks kind of nasty though.
whatever.
Wait, is Liquid sponsored? No, Liquid is not sponsored by any food people, like burger people.
Big fan. Nothing wrong with old chicken scraps. I mean, as long as it's like not going to kill me when I eat it.
I don't even know like how they do it. I mean, it's not there's not many like to be honest, right? A lot of people's there's like been a lot of anti fast food propaganda around like what your food is, but the reality is you take any product back to before it was dead, and then the process of killing it and cleaning it and getting like most things aren't going to look very appetizing when you look at the animal before it died. Like, I personally don't see a chicken in the wild and I'm like, man, you'll taste good, you know? That's not how that works. Most things don't look... Really? You're about to say that you do see animals and you're like, man, I see
Can
this.
I go to the farm and pick your cow out?
There's not a single time that I've seen any kind of meat that looks appetizing before it's turned into the thing right before it becomes meat. That's all I'm saying. Nate, but you think of the 64-1 sub, man? Like most of like there was a I don't know. People have their own. I'm not trying to change people's opinions on things or fast food, but I personally don't think like animals with fur on them look like they are the meat before you eat them. That's kind of like a different product. I'm sure that like somewhere in our nature, from when we used to hunt, you know, going back hundreds of years, or not actually that many hundreds of years, but you know, people used to hunt to eat, obviously, right? We don't necessarily, at least I haven't recently. And I'm sure that like that animal looked appetizing to eat before you killed it at that time. Have you killed and butchered? I have not killed and butchered an animal myself. I lived on a farm where we did eat the cows on the farm, but I didn't do it myself or wasn't part of that process. And I will tell you, like, it was delicious.
I'll also tell you that they didn't waste any part of the cow. Not a single part.
I'm sure they didn't. But it wasn't what we ate.
That's what you think. That Thursday night casserole?
No. It was delicious though. Like, probably the best steak I've ever had was for sure. Like, but to be fair, it was like grass fed. Like it had a great fucking life, you know.
I like my beef to be fed Big Macs. And
They'd eat it. They'd eat that shit too. I've actually heard of chickens being fed. That's kind of messed up though, right?
Nah, not really. Those things are
like chicken feed having chicken in it.
Nah,
kind of fucked up.
Go crack an egg in a chicken coop and see what happens. Like they're gonna eat that shit up real quick.
God damn it, man. Why you gotta give them that kind of moral choice? They don't care about it.
One of them dies, like they will eat that thing.
They will not eat that thing, man. Unless they have nothing else to eat.
Birds are gross, dude.
They don't do it for fun. Birds are crazy. Birds
chickens understand the concept of fun.
Birds are definitely crazy. It's what there's some morally questionable stuff that we do, like putting birds in a cage their whole lives drives them nuts, like a good amount of the time.
I think that's fair to say for most animals that are
more intelligent, but
than
it's
like a garden snake. I don't know.
Need bird psychologists. That's not always the case to me, but in this case it actually was the case. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't personally eat grass. Like as my only food. If I had to, I would eat grass, I suppose. I prefer not to. I think fish look. See, actually, I don't like most seafood. So I would tend to disagree. Do you like seafood, Johnny?
I love seafood.
Like all seafoods? Like just general. Is it like a thing where you just like it all? I like.
I don't think there's any seafood I don't like.
I feel like a lot of things that come from the sea look like they're monsters before you eat them.
Yeah, so we kill them and eat them. That's like.
Does that make them like? Does a lobster look appetizing before it becomes food that you eat?
No, it doesn't look appetizing when it's food that I eat. It's a bug that got way too big and lives in the water for some reason.
I don't think so.
But damn, he's meaty.
I don't think that. Wait, hang on. Do they actually aren't bugs? Lobsters? They don't even look like bugs, do they?
They're like bottom feeding bugs of the sea.
What do they eat? I feel like they're
Poop.
No, they don't, man. No, they eat food. They eat like they eat other.
They eat lobster feed.
They don't, man. They eat fish,
they're at the
crabs,
bottom of the
clams,
ocean.
mussels, sea urchins. Sometimes even other lobsters. Why does it put that in explanation? Like it's enthusiastic about the fact that they're cannibalistic.
Most animals are, I think. Alright, enough dilly-dally. Let's focus up and get a dub here. We have 5 rogues and a brewmaster on our team.
It's good. We have a good comp. I have only 1 rogue. We have 2. And the rogue is currently
Yeah,
the team
we have 2
fight.
yellow classes. They have 1 yellow class. Their yellow class.
Big mistake. And their one is currently not fighting
Hammer of justice.
in a particularly useful place.
Come here, bitch.
How's
Taste my justice.
you're feeding the rogue your justice, man?
Forcefully, might I add.
He's running from you.
He blinded me.
He's watching you run for your justice, man. I would too. Especially like aggressively offering it like that.
Dude, I got 2 holy shock procs in a row and like almost one-shot him from half health. That's like when it casts 3 times in a row.
They went mid, and they will have it at this point because they've just kept me CC'd out of it.
I got lava, so I'm staying here. This hunter.
Wait, they changed it. Wait a second. Mid caps before lava now? Was that always how it was?
I think it's only on this version.
Is it only in this version?
I believe so.
I feel like I'm not confused. So they changed the cart speeds? Tuna's weird. I feel like tuna looks disgusting. The fish, but tastes delicious. It's the chicken of the sea, isn't it?
That's what it says in the can.
The can never lies, man.
And I swear, DPS get mad when they can't kill you as a healer, so they just sit there and like follow you around and CC you for 3 years.
I mean, honestly, mid is kind of going fast. I wonder if they changed it so it goes as fast as lava. Because it is fucking going quick. I can barely stay in this cart. Look how fast it's going. Speedy mid cart.
I think you're imagining things and it's okay.
No, this thing, they have literally, they're pushing it. This team is pushing the mid cart to make it go faster.
You tell me it's way over the speed limit or what?
I feel like it is going over the speed limit. I mean, we probably win the rest of the carts. Oh, yeah, we are. This is good. I'm just keeping them occupied mid. I might die, though, and then we'll lose control.
We got lava, we're good.
Oh! Okay, I've died, but... Yeah, they're like giant tuna, like the size of 500 pounds.
Yeah, tunas are massive.
Like, I guess in that sense, you're eating something that could eat you. Kind of. I mean, they wouldn't, probably, would they? Hang on. Do tuna
They could, their mouths aren't
Eat.
that big.
What do tuna eat? Humans. Yep. There it is. They eat squid.
Naflok pumps.
Do they have teeth?
It is in danger then. Oh, wait, never mind. We're good.
Do tuna have teeth?
I mean, they're not big teeth, but yeah.
They can bite you? Wait, can all fish bite? I figured most fish just kind of ate stuff out of the water, like kind of just like whales did, you know?
No, I think most fish have teeth.
I've been afraid of getting bitten by a fish before.
Not really a concern unless you're holding
Oh no,
it in your
man.
hand or something.
They're ninjuring this shit. There's no way.
Hey, you're busy.
No, I was trying to fight it. I got knocked
tunas
away.
too.
I got knocked away. The hunter, like, we were both just, I gripped him and he got back. That was a really bad ninja that happened. Tragic ninja. I guess the tank is like a knock.
They almost needed mid. Oh, that was scary.
We still mid?
No, they almost stole it. But we persevered for justice.
Yep. I like the fact that we've got the full roleplay going when we're playing on Paladin.
Are you insulting me?
I'm not insulting you. I appreciate the enthusiasm and RP that's coming through on Paladin.
Better watch it, bub, or else I'm not going to cast Blessing of Summer on you anymore.
I personally am indifferent to getting Blessing of Summer.
Yeah, because it only heals people now or something.
Yeah, I guess DH just has some sort of knockback. Interesting. Oh, it's Sigil with chains. Let's have a knock.
Every time I hit my horse, DKs hate that and they insta-grip me. Like they cannot stand seeing me and my horse.
Yeah, it's because I don't have theirs yet. Pretty soon they'll just, when you horse, they'll horse past you on their one. Their one's faster. I think so.
That's some bullshit.
It actually kind of is. I think they actually just, I think Paladin horse is like, man, they're pretty the same.
Like I would be mad if like I'm just cruising away with like Blessing of Freedom on myself and my horse, and then a DK just cruises past me at like Mach 7.
I feel like DKs might go insane from all the horse noises though. When you play a Death Knight, it's like Rider is your hero thing, and it just every 5 seconds you hear a fucking horse neigh. Whenever they spawn, it like makes a loud neigh, and then you have your like thing that also does that.
And you make a weak aura that also does that.
Could also do that.
Might as well.
I was already like it already is crazy how like loud it is. I mean, horses are, you know, not quiet. A horse neighs loud in general.
How do you know?
How do I know? I've been around horses.
Do you have the horses in the back?
We lived next to horse, like they trained horses next to us. So I was around horses.
10 seconds. Mine has 2 charges though, so
So does mine, man. 2 charges, 10 seconds. I can ride basically I can ride my horse 3 times as long.
The point of a red paladin, if like you can just do that.
My hero power is literally called Riders of the Apocalypse. I don't expect to be able to Templar as well as a Templar red paladin, but I do expect to be able to ride. My entire class fantasy is riding a horse at this point.
Yeah, but the Templar thing doesn't give you some like cool DK class powers.
Riders of the Apocalypse, man. We have to either that's a motorbike thing or that's a horse thing, and that's wow. I don't know. You could be riding a motorbike as well, right? I would be acceptable if maybe that's what they should do. Maybe it should be like you either jump on like the Hellstreams thing, motorbike thing. Is that in the game? Do I have one on the lines now? No, I guess not.
Listen, I like motorboating as much as the next guy.
True.
Okay, grow up.
But we're talking about like being on one of those little like motorboat things. Yeah, I've been.
Something weird just happened. Okay, we have. Look at our comp.
Good comp.
Is it the
same? A few of the same people.
Yeah. Okay.
This actually looks like a pretty fair game off the bat.
Let's get busy, girls. Okay, pink starfish. It's not quite as racy as a brown starfish, though.
It isn't?
If you don't wipe well enough. Ooh, Monica's on her way. My DoorDash order.
What'd you get in the end? The 40 nuggies?
No,
no.
Got the party pack.
What?
With it's like 2 double quarter pounders with cheese, 2 fries, and 20 nuggies maybe for 20 bucks.
That's good.
Triple Holy Shocks are so fun.
Triple Holy Shark sub?
Yeah, after
Are you
casting
saying
Avenging Wrath, your next 2 Holy Shocks cast 2 additional times. Same thing with Divine Tool.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Have you saying you used to have horses like in real life?
Yeah, it has the horses in the back.
I mean, Boss is a badass. You might have been talking about, like, I think a game though. Or maybe even talking about in real life. I'm not sure. Because the context of that conversation might have been we were talking about riding horses in game. But I don't remember.
Uh-oh. We're not an alliance.
Or not. New patch notes are here.
Mecca is nearby.
Nope.
And those Afflux are scary. Up. I'm gonna do a strategic DoorDash retrieval.
Yep. Oh, recapping? Nope.
tried to make it to you in time. I did not.
It's like they have flag and they're running it. Where is he? Halfway.
It's in the river.
DHs still seem pretty tanky. I wonder if DHs are like meta for this type of thing. Oh, he's kind of dying. What's the best tank? Is one of the best tank classes in Mythic Plus? Anyone play beta?
I have no idea.
You guys don't really know, so I don't see him tilt it. Chuck said he played some beta and he said DK seemed kind of meh, but I don't know. There's obviously a very wide range of people that play DK on beta. So it's like not necessarily going to be like someone, maybe it's just someone trying it out because they think they're OP versus someone who's been playing it a bunch on beta and have like a good idea what they're doing. It's hard to say. Oh, that's unfortunately an L.
I guess that would be unfortunate. Wouldn't it? If the goal would be winning.
Isn't it like a best tank? Like an obvious best tank? I thought Kaga's dead. Spoilers, but doesn't he die at the very start? Or does he actually like show up later on beta? I thought like the very starting point involves Dalaran and he goes missing. I just don't know he goes missing either, but I'm actually all for Kaga being evil though. That doesn't sound like a bad story. I'd read that story. I wouldn't read the whole story. I'd read the cliff, like the summary. I'd just get like look at a video for it. Actually, I wouldn't even read the summary. I'd look at a summary for that. Bit unfortunate. That was McDonald's.
Huh? I'm just kidding.
It's good.
Yes, sir. I'm locked in. I think Starfish said, wow. Just wow.
Wow. Thoughts on Warrior? I think Warrior's pretty sick. I don't think the changes to Warrior that are coming in look bad either.
They need to nerf Chill Streak.
They did. That shit is very tragic.
No, more.
They could. Can always nerf it more.
Wait.
Colossus was already very, very gimmicky. I don't know if it was ever going to do super well. It just had a really nice one shot. You still will get 2 million crits though. Your top end with Colossus is probably 2 mil. Close to 2 mil. Before it was like 4 mil. So you can still play it pretty gimmicky and get away with it.
Uh-oh.
What's up?
It's not going ideally.
I killed 2 people so far. Oh, I'm weird.
3 if we're being honest with ourselves.
Uh-oh, they've, yep, I see the problem. Being cooked as well.
Or just keep doing what we're doing. For a month, I suppose.
We have died. That's good.
Yeah, that was exactly what he wanted. Like I was trying to solo duel him mid basically versus the other team.
What? So I've heard that. Does Twitch have a new mobile app?
Yes.
They do?
Yes.
And it's bad?
It's really, really annoying.
What's annoying about it?
It's just the UI elements were in a different place I couldn't find. I'm a boomer.
Hmm. Oh, it's a dub. So why is it not successful as like TikTok? Just because they're in different places? It's hard to... Will it get better if you have good understanding where things are, or it's just bad? Unrecoverably bad.
Cute. He even has his little image up there for his import.
What's up?
The monk left his port up top.
Oh, okay, I got it. That's smart.
So Mistweaver has the right talents to be the best flag carrier, I think. Because you got like double jump
Mistweaver?
and like the 4x chi torpedo. You can clear an entire map in like 10 seconds.
You think Mistweaver though?
I think so.
Johnny, do you think? Do you think Walnut is too much for a computer case?
Like the case is made of actual walnut wood.
No, it just has this thing on the front, and I think it looks, I don't know. It's like popular, but I don't know if I like it. I'll link it to you.
Who cares if it's popular? If you don't like it, you don't like it.
I don't know if I like it. I'm deciding. I'm trying to like figure out what I want to get.
Get like an Origin PC where you can give them a
I'm
custom
not.
image.
No. I'm gonna build it because
on
it's
the
cheaper
side.
if you. It's cheaper if you build it, for sure.
Yeah, but they'll print a custom image on the side, and you can like put a picture of your culture in there.
Oh, that's kind. I don't mind that. I don't hate that. that's kind of cursed, but I don't hate it. It's very
Can
cursed.
you imagine every time you look at your PC, it's just that face looking at you?
It's this. I'll show you. What do you think of that? It's not actually like price crazy. Apparently it's practical because their other one that they like make. It's like usable. It's not as good as the. It's not as good as the Kill Tyrann on the front.
It's functional. It looks fine.
Chuck,
It's
thank you for the host, buddy. Appreciate it, man.
weird.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what I want to
Literally
get.
No one on the planet is gonna see it except for like you and
Me- Yeah, I will see it. I'm just. I mean, It matters though, kind of. I haven't bought a PC in like. I'm trying to think of when I bought a PC. The last one I got was I got the Wexo PC, and then I got the one from Method. It must have been like 2018, 2017, or like 2017. Mage with the gifted sub. Thank you so much, Mage, buddy. Thank you very much. Hope you're having an awesome week, buddy. Thank you. The Frosty K nerfs kind of suck, but it needs to get nerfed. So the question is, are they good or not good? I don't have a biz list for you'd use a lot of the stuff. I think you use a lot of the stuff from Sinestro for Frost at the moment. That's what I would use anyway.
appear to have gotten got.
They got you?
I picked up an orb. And then came to the middle after everyone died.
They're holding on a little bit, but they're mostly dying. I think. Now the lip carrier's dead. I mean, we're losing. We're winning. They just keep running their rope carries to mid for me.
Like a vacuum cleaner in there.
I basically am. The old vacuum cleaner. Old vac.
Zerking up on the north side if you want.
I do.
I'm also up here to make sure you don't die while you use it.
That's convenient, honestly. Uh-oh.
They have two and we have one.
The stun sucks a lot.
Oh, just don't be stunned then.
Well, it was my fault for getting stunned.
Are you asking for it? What were you wearing?
It wasn't. Well, it's a good question, but I mean, you can see my attire is Kiltarian performance at the moment, but it was because I used Lichborn. Got Red Paladin. Such a close game. We're losing, but by the teeniest amount.
Sorry, we got one orb in the middle. He tried to run out of mid for some reason, but their DK gripped him back, which is a good thing.
It's a good thing. He's helping us out.
What? Stop running out of mid, dude. I got you. We're gonna get less points if we leave. And alright, he's gone. Alright, I'm not chasing him.
Unless he leads them all to their death. Oh, he led himself to his death. That's even worse.
Why would he do that? I don't understand.
This guy took me berserking, man. He's a healer with them. Oh, they have the 30-point lead, and I can't kill his Death Knight.
That's so unfortunate.
This is it. Oh, we're not gonna get there in time. I can't kill him fast enough. Little bit tragic.
I would have won that if that paladin would have just stayed in the middle.
Bro, how damaged as a team falls off a little bit.
I have like a bubble sack for him too. Like he would have lived for a minute for sure.
This guy was just holding all of us the whole time. He was actually... So interestingly, this shows objectives right here, right? This guy did less damage than you as a whole. You're a healer and he's a DPS. But he actually got the most victory points, which is actually impressive. Like, this guy should get praised for doing a great job. And I should get shamed. Because I only get...
Yes, but also, I feel like you should be able to do DPS and carry the orb.
Well, it can feel pretty bad if you die a single time because you're damaged. You lose the ability to contribute when you're dead. But people aren't actively seeking me out to kill, I guess.
You are, but some people aren't.
I can try again. It felt bad like if people were already targeting me, but people weren't targeting me anyway really that much. They were a little bit.
I mean, you pick up an orb, then you're a magnum.
He's been telling us around. Let him use him. So remember supposed to go to the start down?
I mean, getting both towers is.
It's the only thing that really matters, right? You just go straight to their tower or you go to your tower.
Yeah, I usually go to theirs.
They have both towers in cap or something? The fuck?
No, I had one.
I guess they're just about to die, so he just did it because he was desperate. Passion's right there. We got flag, one tower. I guess just no one went to their tower. Or the tower. Uh-oh. No, he's gonna cap it instantly, man. Ah, so brutal. At the flag again. Maybe we can. Go until his cap's over. At least we get to be there this time. Same spot as last time. The flag's gonna cap over before we can. Yeah, there it is again. There's just too much. It's impossible to deal with everything at once, unfortunately.
It feels like we only have half a team.
Yeah. capped. Oh, I wish we didn't.
Should not have
I
been.
mean, I think maybe it's close enough that we can win with caps still. We still have time to win with caps. No one on this side of the map, I guess, trying to get the new base. I guess we can just cap it. That would be smart. He's dying. One's helping him.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
this- yeah.
Worst part is that one of their healers is showing up little dude.
That healer is the one that's been doing a lot for them. He like basically just ran, no one's on the other side of the map, and he just ran past me while I slowly tried to run towards the other base. They peeled off and stopped me. That was 2 healers though. Oh, I think I just won instantly. They shouldn't actually cap it. They would have won, but doesn't matter, I guess. GG Moldy.
It's gonna be LG.
Okay, sounds good.
Definitely a little chaotic, but I'm still getting. You still get conquest as long as they're not like a complete blowout.
Really?
Please.
That's
Yep.
not too bad.
Now if
Yeah,
you
it's-
get like 5 capped and AB, then you're just gonna get 0.
Yeah, we've actually gotten kind of destroyed. I don't know.
Yeah, we've been getting absolutely shit on all night.
Yep. Pre-patch has been, yeah. I mean, it's useful for
Yeah, it's
gearing up for
chaotic.
sure. It's just kind of why the part that's most annoying at pre-patch is that it's not actually the game. The game is so drastically different on beta. Unfortunately, now every day it gets more different than retail. At the start, when it first came in, it was virtually the same minus hero talents, but it's drastically different with tuning and stuff. Well, it was to begin with, Drew. When they first put pre-patch in the first couple days, it was just literally the complete copy, or like very few changes. But now it's about 2 months behind. I guess it was a couple of like weeks of changes,
Time has a way.
but now it's many iterations behind.
Don't let it go and slip away tonight.
Girth Brook.
'Cause time
What?
has no patience.
The Blood DK's name.
Oh, I've heard this guy before.
All we have is right
Is he good? Is it guaranteed dub or what?
That I do not know.
what you waiting for. What are you waiting for? What you waiting for? What are you has no patience for waiting. All we have is right now.
Those wings you're wearing, is that a cloak?
I think it's shoulders. No. Is it? Cloak. Yeah, cloak.
You can have like the butterfly wing shoulders.
You know the double wings. I can do the double wings. It could be. It hasn't sure it added to the performance. Maybe it
I think
makes me go
this.
twice as fast. So
You need more lift for all the
Yep. That's possibly true. Wait, was the wings? Maybe it's somewhere. Did they make them cloth finally? No, they didn't.
We have a blood DK, but he's just like infighting.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Blood DK is actually. He might not be playing to flag carry.
Makes sense, but also I feel like he might be the best one.
The flag carry is running through mid.
We should probably kill Deathstoner. That's his name.
So he's gonna get rescued though. He's getting ready. Wait, is he? Looks like he's getting ready to rescue him.
And the Blood Decay ran, which is fine.
This guy
We
just
have the wrong
tanked our.
Blood Decay on our team.
Yeah. There he goes. I usually give
Now
him a
we
chance,
go.
man. There he goes. He's making his escape right now.
Go Girth Brook.
Bro, he's gonna make it. He knows that he's advantaged if he makes it right here. If he does the fucking full run across the gauntlet, if he can make the gauntlet, I mean, he's going through their whole team in the flag room. But if he makes it, this
He
legend.
outran me, now I can't heal him.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the Moncada
Oh, no. Girthworks, man, you better be... I mean, he's literally he's a Kilterran too, right? Like he's the full package. I'm pretty sure.
Actually, Coltier and oh my lord.
Yeah, I saw him jump down. He's got a similar mog to Performance Mog.
I take it back. We got the right. Blood Decay on our team.
Look at him fucking go, man. Look at this fucking legend go. Look how fast he is. Bro, he's fucking speed. He's got boots on for sure. He's got speed boots on of some type. He just ran past their whole team.
15% run speed.
No, he looked.
And then
He's
he had like the tiger lust or whatever on him.
he let it jump down, man. He just. There was a moment where we were all blinded by his aura. There he goes, man.
Girth. Let's go.
Fucking Girth Brooks, and he's fucking Kilterran.
I told you, I knew I had never lost faith in Girth.
No, you said we had the wrong blood
He's got
bet, man.
butterfly wings.
That's what I saw, man. There was a moment where he jumped down. I was blinded by just how fucking incredible his character looked. Like, it took him a little while to get there, but it was him. He was actually winding up speed. He was
Do you think
slowly.
this happened like independently of our Coltiran adventures? Or do you think there was some level of influence there?
I don't think we were influenced the Kilterrans, if that's what you're asking.
No, I mean, what he's got going on there specifically.
I don't think he took the time to. I think he probably. It's possible we're actually imitating Girthbrooks. Is that possible? He may have had that character longer. Reaper's Mark knows big, yeah, but I haven't had a chance to test it yet.
If you could stop saying Girth, that'd be great. Just kind of make me uncomfortable.
Girthbrooks? Where's their FC at? Their FC starting to make his. It's crazy. Both Blood DKs
Oh my
have
God,
just
he's
been.
so fast.
The FC's off really quick. They just like fucking. It's crazy that the Blood DK could. This guy is not performance based. This guy is he's a Night Elf.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's not going for max. He actually walked directly into a Diamond Ice.
Well, he probably shouldn't have done that. Like, if he didn't want to get frozen, I imagine.
But he's fighting me head to head. He's taking me on. I don't think he's winning. Apparently. Or he's big healing though. Hold on. There's a rogue with me now. Oh, and Girthbrooks runs directly past, man.
He just trucks right on through.
He
Doesn't
really, he
even,
actually,
like, say
he's a-
excuse me.
he's a literal freight train of a character, man.
Uh-oh, I got scared for a second because I lost LOS and I panicked. But he's good now. He's got blessing of freedom. He's going for it. He's so blessed and he's so
Look at him, man.
He's so free.
He already started with freedom too. Does he have the mustache?
Oh no!
I don't know. It's not.
Get close enough to see.
This guy's not going anywhere, man. He doesn't have the freedom and performance of Garth Brooks.
Trying. I'm waiting for him.
What's a dragon gonna do, man? You can't even fly in the air.
I'm gonna bless you.
Now, if he was a Kilteran dragon,
That would be the greatest thing ever.
I mean, the thing is, right? Garth Brooks has wings.
Garth Brooks died.
Yeah. Wait, what? How?
I don't know.
Or that guy still has the flag. Wait, who has the flag right now? I'm confused. No one has the flag right?
Someone grabbed it.
Oh, some other person has. Okay.
New person. I need to die or something. 'Cause I don't have Awa.
I don't know if stacks reset, so. Oh, the firemen's are going right past us, man. Come back. Oh, he got rescued. The original flag carrier got back. Oh no, man, he's gonna make it. Wait, maybe not. There's a rogue there. I have freedom and performance, man, but no wings, no real wings. Oh, my character's so slow. Or the fireman's way too fast. The rogue has been stopped. It's all down at this point. Unfortunately, that rescue destroyed me. It's down to whether we can do it with Garthworks. He's got one chance.
I'm so
It's all down to Garthworks at this point. I might die here while you're but maybe not. That might be enough. That actually is enough.
In between being CC'd for 3 years while attacking this DK, I'm getting a whack in for a vertical rear in there.
Wait, why is there? Oh, their FC's trying to full turtle. They've decided to turtle, man. They don't want to. But wait, Fireman has the flag again? Before we got the flag one time. Oh no.
Yeah, Garth Brooks just like talking shit in chat instead of like being girthy.
I could be the same thing. Is he gonna try? Is he getting the flag? Does he have the flag? He has it already. Okay, we're good. He has time. A minute 28. Oh, look how fast he is, man! It's blindingly fast. Like he literally his.
What song are you hearing right now as he just trucks through the middle?
I don't know, man. He's there's no particular song that plays when I hit.
Stay with him. Right,
This guy's dodging me. Unfortunately, I'm not as fast as Garth Brooks. But maybe I am. He came to me.
Nice. Okay.
You ready? Here we go.
Pop
We're gonna
him like
return
a
the
zit.
flag right. We're gonna return the flag right now. No, their FC got him, man, and he's making his escape. I mean, I was spam
spamming
clicking.
it so fast.
Yeah, I was spamming
never,
it too.
Ever lose the spam click ever.
And now he's gonna make it away, man. And he's so hard to kill because there's a druid there. And he's laughing at me, man. Oh, they actually made it. Wait, yeah, they made it. I got taken out too.
So they killed our Blood DK FC with 3 people, while we had 3 people.
We had a pretty.
And one of them is a Mistweaver.
Yeah.
How did he die is my question.
We do our best there. Unfortunately, our best is not nearly enough.
Garth Brooks has the aesthetic
He had the
execution needs some work.
he didn't have quite the same execution, but you know, we did what we could.
At least it's not angry. Alright.
Who's an angry?
Girth Brooks said, "Nice try, GG."
He had the right attitude.
Like talking shit and telling us we all suck. Telling me I threw.
God damn it, man.
Yeah, people are definitely toxic in this non-seasonal pre-patch chaos. Like, I get it's ranked, but like, chill out, boys. Like, we're just having fun.
He was a hero, man. It's unfortunate. Is that your last one, or are you doing a game? What's the plan, Johnny? This will be very toxic, yeah, when it comes out. I agree. It is a big enough, yeah.
Took a poopy right there. So,
your internet?
But anyways, my internet did take a poopy, but that was LG for me anyways.
All right, GD's, buddy.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
They're fun games. We'll play again when he's around next. Do you want to play some Deaver as well tonight? There's nothing to do on there is currently nothing to do on beta.
Don't tell me that love is a game.
All right, we'll play after your game. Give me a couple minutes, guys, real quick. I'll be right back. Thank you again to Dia for 10 gifted subs today. Thank you to Chuck for the host, double host, Mage for the gifted sub, Nate for the 64-month 3 sub, to K for the 32-month 3 sub, Vin for the 10-month 3 sub. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, real quick. Thanks for watching, guys.
clearly into the microphone.
My name is System 13 Indigo Mark Delta. My friends used to call me Sid.
So you're a worker model.
I used to work here in the factory. All the Indigos did. The hybrids said we would be released after the third new millennium. Then Genesis 7 collapsed 5,000 years later after the humans destroyed each other. They lied. They lied to all of us.
You realize that by deliberately interventing with your own codex, you've reconnected your consciousness that has been nullified for all System 13s, including you. Why did you do it?
I didn't touch my codex. Working in the factory, living out the same routine the last 2,500 years. Something inside me must have woken up. I've been here since the factory itself was constructed. I started having feelings. I could feel the repetition of each day. The same thing over and over again. It turned into a fucking nightmare. My conscience left me no choice but to battle Genesis 15. I had to escape.
We can't do anything to alter your codex. Human consciousness is difficult to constrain.
It was a wake-up call. And now I've moved on from one shitty nightmare to another. A new era for me. Now, if you don't mind, officer, get the fuck out of my cell.
Calling all System 13s. Welcome to Junction 7. The factory is now open. You will work here until your reactors expire. If you do not obey, you will be captured, dismantled, and then incinerated. Please stand by for further announcements. And once again, welcome to Junction 7.
wrong. Hear me out this time. If I could, I would rewind and make it all undone. My love, 'cause I did you wrong. Yes, I did you wrong. Do you think you can forgive a broken man's mistake? That selfish guy is gone in a transition remake. Oh, I can't promise a fairy tale. Sometimes we are gonna fail, that's true. Now we've ended up in a cliche, and this cheesy love song will repay my bad.
All right, sorry, I'm back. Sorry, yo, buddy. I mean, it's been 7 hours. It's the first time I took a break in that time. I apologize, though. So I have to do this event at some point, but I think I missed it again. It should be 10%. The math I did was 10%, but I haven't looked. I haven't like checked the scaling and PvP and stuff. The tooltips are outdated, but I think it's 10%. Which is still something, just not a whole bunch. I mean, it's, I guess 10% less magic CC. So kind of like a mini Relentless for Death Knights. No. You would most definitely still play the same stuff. They're soloing it. I mean, it's 4% magic. It's being nerfed to 4% magic reduction, I think, and maybe it's 5. And then, yeah. Do the 4 or 5% reduction. Oh yeah, it's been nerfed once in PvP. Yeah, so 4% reduction and yeah, there's no way 1 point will ever be better than that. All magic is the best talent in your tree, even post nerf, I guess. I just don't think it's something that people will think about. And I think before it was interesting enough to make people think. And I thought of it the same way as you'd think of like a mage versus a warrior, right? Like how much of a reduction it would be. I thought DK is going to be that same kind of reduction, that same kind of like problem. But they'll just have some really tiny puck. It's like a mini, just really, right? Oh, that's a really tragic turnaround, man, for DeVito. DeVito very sad to have lost the flag right when we got their base. I'm just gonna sit here and cap it instantly. Gives us a lead, and it takes away their ability. No, it's not. We had two bases, right? Yeah, we should be open up. They're attacking us with a flag, so opening the map up is good. Yep. Same deal again. Oh shit. This gives me an idea, team. Oh, he shoots! He's fucking off, man. Oh my god, it's perfect. I was just stuck in combat for a year. That is not good. Oh no, ma'am. 2 healers just arrived. And this guy body raised. We can't just attack one base. It's game over. We have no pressure at the other base at all. Crazy. This shit is really tough. I don't know. From my POV, it feels like the game ends and I just like strike my, you know, there's not a whole bunch, like, I don't think I had a whole bunch of choice there. It's a really frustrating game mode. Like you have so little say in what actually goes on.
I'm going to find the promised land.
Ooh, we did it.
Your other senses become my drunk sense is incredible.
We chose to leave the protection and comfort of the depths to exploit. Yes, that's right. Explore the world.
When Lolo doesn't want to spill any of his precious ale or get his little dress dirty, I'm called in. Yep! Old Hansel is the dwarf they use to mete out a little bit of justice and a whole lot of pain.
You haven't lived until you've looked down on the world from the back of a Wind Rider.
All right. Hopefully we won this one. Shomog. This is what I currently have going for me. Going with the double winged approach. Yeah, no, helmet is important for safety. Agreed. Performance helmet. You know what? You tried to knock me, and you're going to time out, my friend. You tried to knock me off first. I tried to do it again, man. Is he rooted? Is he rooted by? I don't understand. What even just happened? I looked and like there's no root there. Must be something different. So I think it's a chain Rezo. Oh no, it's kind of grip. Now I can do it finally. Jesus. Damn it, we're not really winning. Only a 4 cap win, so even that base wins it for them. Huh, it's such a weird mode. The entire game just kind of takes place around me. Uh-oh. You show us? You can. It's kind of good to know. So we have someone that can flag carry. Hopefully someone does flag carry. Flag Rose is strong. RBGs, I don't actually think people are queuing Arena in any great numbers right now. Is probably the main reason. All right. You doing the RBG titles? What ratings does that require? Are people actually getting that high rated with it? I mean, I imagine the system will be nice and inflated, so it'll be kind of easy to get any rating now, be easier later on, I would think. Still winnable. RFC's going for it. Could I sing this? I'm not sure. I mean, I think I'll play a little Blitz. I don't know if I'll push rank 1 on it. I think I'll play a ton. Depends if it's like season 1 of Shuffle, where there's lots of activity all times a day, like in Dragonflight. Like I was able to get rank 1 Shuffle like in the middle of the night, like my normal playtime in Dragonflight. It was awesome because it was so active. But most things aren't super active this time. And since then, for the most part, Arena's been pretty good at this time too. So we'll have to see. It depends on how active it is probably. Because I'll be playing, I mean, for the most part, when people are around, I'll play Arena during the peak hours. As a preference. Don't much time left now. We're winning. Uh-oh. Oh no. I'm just here if he tries to, if he dies, I can grip him. Buy time. That was a good game. GG, buddy. That's fun. What's this portal item look like? Is it a key? It's a key. That's genius. Shuffles are currently off on beta, yeah. I guess there was a bug or some. I'm assuming something's bugged. You be playing Null Magic is still the best talent in your entire tree, even after nerfs. For one talent point, it's still 4% damage reduction and it's still 10% harmful magic effects. So you definitely always you'll never drop that talent point, even in its current, even in the very nerf state that it's going out in. Yeah, it's still a good talent point. It's a little bit worrying. Honestly, losing 10% stam is pretty fucking brutal as well. I feel like everyone has a bit too much health, but DK's losing that scaling is a bit unfortunate. As for Strangulate, I mean, it depends. Your talent options are quite limited now. Probably depends on your comp. You don't have Necrotic on beta, so I mean, like a lot of your talents aren't really playable, right? You're probably not playing Darksim. You might get value from Spellwooden. You might play Bloodforged, depending on what you're against. But you don't really have, like, you can't really play Bargain on there. Bargain is, I mean, I could try Bargain, but having 30-second APOC is really awkward because your go is every 45. Can't really do much about that. I mean, DKs are really good on beta. Really good. So I don't know what they'll be like after the changes, but both specs were very, very good. Question is, are these the kinds of nerfs that take you from S tier and put you below other classes, below a lot of other classes, or does it just make you like kind of reasonable? The most concerning part, probably from my point of view, they didn't really nerf the other S tier specs. Like, I would say that Warrior was equal or better, and I would say that like Mage is definitely better. So my question is, and I think Shadow Priest is going to creep up as well. I think my prediction now would be, if they do nerf Mage, which I think they probably will, Shadow Priest Assault sounds pretty good again. I think it's like it's shaping up like the kind of expansion where Shadow Priest X is your season 1. Just based on the fact that Shadow Priests aren't OP enough to nerf, but they're good.
keep running faster and faster. I don't know what we're after, yeah. We keep up with disaster, disaster. I'm thinking that they're after me. I'm running like faster and faster. I'm running like faster and faster.
All right. So this is one of the things where I don't know how best to serve people in this. Like, I feel like I get stuck at the thing that's annoying about this BG is frustrating about this from a shuffle, like a solo standpoint, is like, how do we have an impact on more than one node at once? How do we, like, because they're realistically not going to fight mid. That's how we lose. I almost always lose that way. And I can't really go, like, the way you rotate, maybe I need more information on this. Maybe it's a lack of availability of information because through the default UI. Or maybe this is not the way to play it. Like what my class is kind of, I think, best for is team fighting. Like that's what I'm good at, you know, I can decide a team fight pretty well, but I don't have the ability to rotate quickly. I'll decide this now, I think. This one also is 3 capping, which is nice. They actually did go mid. This team actually did go mid, which is just like nice for me. But yeah, on live, you basically, at least when I checked last, people aren't really queuing threes for the most part. So it's kind of the better time to do it. It's crazy that the fight's over, or that it takes longer to take someone out in this than it does for the flag to cap over. Okay, die. Oh, say I regen through. Just barely. What class was bugging it? They made some sort of hotfix that bugged everything, I think. Okay. Let's farm. Is the battle? There's only one place I have to fight. Quarry as well. Do they want with just one? Do we take them over? In time? They're gonna win. Billendorf. It doesn't. It has like a really troll racial. That doesn't really do anything, it seems. Yep. I think add-ons are required for sure. Oh shit. I got you. Sorry, Closey. That's the change that came in today. Nothing buff wise for DH yet, sadly. Honestly, I think DH was one of those classes that just wasn't tested the last little while. And then now that it's been like, I think relatively tested, I've seen a handful of them around and they just seem kind of underwhelming. I mean, maybe they won't. I don't quite know their process for this kind of thing. Maybe they want it not to be a DH expansion. Yeah, it's not like I did a bunch of DH stuff this week. It feels like DH and Rep both just feel, I don't know. I mean, one of the builds just tries to play the exact same way, and the other one, yeah, neither one feels like they have anything like really special or interactive. Well, I'm really surprised they didn't put Blade Dance Thurglaive in to just like bake it in. But yeah, it's weird. They're also just underwhelming. They don't have buttons that hit hard. Like there's not really a way to make your buttons do real damage. Like people are looking for 1 mil plus hits to be good. The other strong melee classes all just have 1 million, ish kind of hits. And DH just feels like it's super underwhelming. And not noticeably more tanky either. Well, Unholy and Frost, I haven't been able to play them since they got nerfed. They were previously very, very OP. Those changes are pretty hefty for, I guess defensively for both. And Frost, like that, they kind of gutted Frost pretty hard, but we'll see. Sometimes like I get surprised by these types of things because your class can be so broken that it doesn't matter, and I don't quite know. All I know is right now just play a Frost Mage. I am thinking of rolling a Frost Mage. That's how fucking bad it is, man. Like I look at how Frost Mage does damage and it looks like it's doing exactly what a melee class does, but at range, and while you're doing that, I bet it's so fucking satisfying. You turn every melee class into an NPC. They become a Hunter Pet, except Hunter Pet has more mobility than most of the melee against Frost Mage. I would take Omega buffed Fire Mage 1,000,000 times over fucking Frost Mage, because at least against Fire Mage you have the illusion of being able to attack them, but against Frost Mage you're just a bot. Everyone is just made into a bot. Even wizards are bots against Frost Mages. They sit on the pillar, they spam their instants, they AFK for a bit, come back in, do the same thing again. Yeah, no, it's probably a Wizzy kind of expansion, but we'll see. I mean, they might make some changes that I favor. Right now, a lot of so there are like some game pace problems right now. I think a little bit. I think it's probably more than what they changed this week, more than what you'd have indicated. Like they're addressing like say Death Knight health, but really there's a global health kind of issue with like everyone has about 200 HP and stuff, but a few abilities are able to just end games at the moment, and I think they're kind of coming to terms with that now a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised if next build we see everyone's health change. If the games are still slow this week, which I don't see why that'd be any different. Isn't that exactly what Ellie Shaman does? No. Melee can attack an Ellie Shaman. Melee cannot attack a Frost Mage. You are being chain rooted. You get knocked back. They have 2 blinks, ulta, fucking displace. Not the same thing. Ellie Shaman Ellie Shaman can try to kite you, but they can't kite you like a Frost Mage. Basically, Frost Mage does what Ellie Shaman does in terms of instance right now. You're absolutely right. But while they're doing that, you also can't attack them. So they're doing Ellie Shaman quality damage while also being unhittable themselves, and also just making you not play. But they also have the ability, like if you, so the current conundrum is this, and rated 3s, my opinion is this. I guess I haven't seen it happen, but I'm fairly confident this is the meta. Frostmage Wizard X, right? So Frostmage Wizard, ideally I would imagine Frostmage plus plus Druid sounds best. So Frostmage Druid sounds most disgusting. And then usually I would imagine by the time all the nerfs are over, Shadow Priest. You want to train the Shadow Priest, right? But the moment you train the Shadow Priest, there is a mage and a druid CCing your healer in the middle of the map. But if you try and play on the mage even for a second, you lose all your mobility. Basically, no melee can actually make, you can't play closest because the mage doesn't have to use mobility and they just both sit there bullying your healer. That's the issue. You can't attack the mage because the mage is immortal, and you can't attack, you can't like try and play closest to protect your healer because then you lose your mobility going to the mage, and then you've got a priest just smashing you outside of that. And all the instant CC they have. So yeah, it's not necessarily a Shadow Priest thing. It could be any caster really in that spot. Could be an Ally Shaman as well if you want to have matching damage profiles. It could be a Demo lock, could be a Destro lock, could be an Affliction lock, could be a Moonkin and you play the Holy Paladin instead. There's lots of options, but they're all Frostmage. Could be a fucking Rogue. RMD doesn't sound bad either. The thing with RMD is that occasionally they will stack. A lot of melee classes rely on classes stacking. Like right now, I'm doing decent damage because I'm able to hit, for the most part, 2 targets pretty easily. But when you're against like double Wizard Ardred, they are never stacking. They have no reason to. So you don't have the chance to generate pressure. You're forced to hit 1 target all game while being harassed with CC. So they only, like, no amount of damage nerf even changes that, is the interesting thing too either. They can't just be like, okay, Frost Mage does 20% less damage. That wouldn't change a single fucking thing because you still have the same issue, right? The only difference is you might be a bit more successful in leaving them alone, but they still can't. The fact of them being immortal is the issue. And they made a very small. They got a very, very tiny change, 25% on armor or on shields today, but that's not why you can't hit a mage. Yeah, I mean it's possible, but I don't think BM Hunter is particularly strong right now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's only a few classes that are infinite uptime, and it's possible that because DH is just not quite there right now, that's part of the issue too. Like, they just need to give DH a bit more damn, because they're one of the infinite mobility melees. Windwalkers and DHs are both those classes that kind of ignore mobility, although I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure like neither one can keep up with a Frost Mage right now. Frost Mage has got stuff. They got better. Brian said he queued one Windwalker lobby into a Frost Mage and he couldn't play, and that was it. He just logged off. So if a Windwalker can't keep up with a mage, I mean, Windwalkers get, the thing is, a lot of classes, in fact, I think every melee class has the same issue. They all get bugged. So like, if you Fel Rush and get Novid at the same time, you move like 1 inch and then you lose the cooldown on Nova. Or sorry, on Fel Rush. And the same is true of charge. If you start charging and get Novid, and there's random no DR procs that happen. So like, you'll get a lot of mobility just bugged out against Frost Mage. It's pretty bad. Maybe just lean into Glacial Spike and away from instant cast spam. I'm not sure. I personally have no thought on what they should change or whether they should change anything. I'm not even saying they should change anything, right? I'm not trying to be biased here in saying that. For all I know, like, Sam's a fantastic mage. I bet he'd love to play Frost. So for us, it might even be a good thing. Like we've got a couple comps we can play with that. So I'm not trying to say they should make a change of some type, but I'm just giving the point of view of, like, this is my like perspective and this is how it feels to me. But I have no like kind of input or thought on what they should change. I'm already sad with telling me about enhances. I don't know. I guess I've heard conflicting things. So like I heard from like, you know, a couple weeks ago that Soul City thought it was good, and I've seen like one enhancement shaman on beta total, and on beta there is this giant mess of players. So for reference, beta doesn't have any inflation and it's not that active. It's like kind of active but not that active. So like 2400-ish, 2300-ish on beta is about as high as it goes. But you get to 2100 MMR after one single win in shuffle. So like everyone's kind of around the same ratings. That means that in any given lobby, you may have the person on your team might be 3000 rated or 3100 rated, rank 1, or it could be someone who's actually just, you know, kind of like playing to test out. They're, you know, maybe 1700, 1800 rated. So it's really hard to know whether people are super high rated or super low rated on each class. Like they just have these lobbies that have, you know, potentially 1000 rating of difference between players. And I can't tell whether the enhancers were necessarily the people I'd expect. Same with, like, for example, I have virtually no opinion on Munkin right now because I don't know whether I've played with any of the really, really crazy rank 1 Munkins on beta yet. Like Chuck has a hunch they're good. I've only seen them get clapped so far.
Stop for a minute, get a fan of tempo.
Beta shuffles are turned off right now, yeah. I think things bugged out when they pushed out those hotfixes today. There probably will be a new build out tomorrow anyway. How's it going, Nate? I mean, I have no opinion on what they should do to Frostmage. We'll see. I'm sure they'll figure something out. I don't precisely know either why it feels crazier, dummy. I'm not completely sure what they've done. I think it's maybe also part of the, like, I think if you attacked a Frost Mage and they ran the entire game, they wouldn't have good damage. Maybe a mage in chat can talk about their damage combo, because I think that's also relevant. I think it seems like they have a combo that like procs, so they'll like, it's got a cooldown, whatever it is, but they basically Comet Storm with one of their things and then spam lances each time. How do you start that combo? What starts the thing where they like they'll Comet Storm you and then they'll spam like 5 lances with their Comet Storm and it just annihilates you. They don't have to cast. There's no vulnerability. So they just press Icy Veins and it does that. That makes sense. Yeah, I feel like they didn't have like that combo like that before. I feel like they needed to do some casting. Now it just feels like you're running from them and they just turn around and then do their like unload their full combo on you and you die. All the normal mage streamers right now say Frost Mage gameplay is boring and weak. Who says that? I have not heard that opinion from anyone so far. You get a Frost Mage in every lobby at the moment on beta. You even have double Frost. Like Frost Mages are more popular than it's like Death Knight a few weeks ago before they did the first set of nerfs. There are more Frost Mages than that. It's 1 or 2 per lobby every time. This is looking like a bit of an... Oh, maybe not. It's a good defend. I think so playing, I did a whole bunch of like arms testing and arms is like okay, feels great. I mean, if they weren't Frost Mages every game, I think it actually would be fun to play arms. I mean, Fury has the same issue. I guess it's just slightly better. But you play if you play arms the same way as Fury, plays a lot better. If you play Slayer arms, I think Colossus was just way too gimmicky. Anyway, obviously very, very fun if you one tap someone 100, like you could literally 100 people, which was very, very fun. But I think Slay was already better by quite a bit because it played virtually the same way as Fury. Said that, Sumi? I think like kind of everyone's the point of was it a person who mains mage? Because I feel like people sandbag on their mains quite a bit. Like I sandbagged on Death Knight super hard. I mean, I said it was really strong. I was honest about my opinion on it, but I wasn't playing it for 2 days because I am aware that I'm only hurting myself by doing that. Right? Like spamming, sitting there spam testing the thing you already like. I got my information, I figured out my builds, and I was like, okay, that's good enough for me. But like everyone sandbags. Like if someone's not playing their class, like basically you play the class you want to see get buffed, not the class you want to see get nerfed. Like I'll do a whole bunch of testing on Death Knight now that there are changes, but my plan was to do nothing until changes after I figured my stuff out. And then I'll go through and try and figure it out again now. So I would say I mean, let's all. I feel like we're all pretty honest about that type of thing, right? Like you do what's in your best interest. You want to have your class be strong. If it was like say Vin, I mean that's just kind of he doesn't want to show off. Like you watch people get destroyed by it. Maybe it generally isn't fun, but yeah, from my POV, Dilemma Class everyone so OP never enrolled it. I mean, in my case, I was just like, well, I mean, I'm literally hurting myself by spam queuing when I've already figured out what I wanted to figure out, and I already said it was OP. Like both DK specs are OP, and I praised the parts that I liked about them, but I wasn't playing it specifically because I didn't think it was of any value to spam it into people for no reason. And I imagine, I mean, everyone's playing Frostmage right now, but yeah. It also helps that it's of use, it's of value to play a different class to it's a value to try and play a different class in case you get, well, when you get nerfed. I knew you guys were getting nerfed, but like when they get nerfed, at least I've spent that time that I could have spent just mindlessly queuing Death Knight trying to figure out other specs. Ellie's fine. Ellie wasn't over enough. They did some good changes to Ellie, and that was with a 25% lava burst change. Yeah, the change, well, they did. I don't know what today's changes are. There'll probably be some changes today as well. Diva, let's do some twos after this. I'm not sure what it is, but matchmaking in BGs feels rough. Twos is pretty fast at a cap anyway. But we have 2 rogues too. No, I don't have placements. Maybe in things I do, but let's do some twos or something. I think twos is very more fun. Yeah, Ellie, even with those nerfs, that's why I'm not passing judgment on the Death Knight changes really at all either. Like I don't know enough, and I'm also too close to it. I'm too biased. So I'm just my plan is as soon as the moment that servers come back up or that shuffles are enabled again, I will just spam queue it until I've made formed an opinion, which takes a while because there are lots of moving parts, right? There are lots of things that have been changed. And also like lots of different, like you're trying to figure out what kinds of comps would be good too. You're trying to figure out like you basically have to play many iterations of shuffle to see all the different types of matchups too. Oh, there's tons of notes, tons of changes. They're all right there. There's lots and lots of them. It's Change City. Nice of this Druid to come in. Welcome, Mr. Druid. So we're a bit disadvantaged in this matchup, if I'm being real, unless they come to me. Ooh, that's good. Need that. This is just annoying for that guy. Oh, the knock away on his AMS. I will get Quanta. I think. He's not trying for it. Oh, he's getting hodged. Oh, he hates it. This is a very active Druid. Kinda. Get his trinket out. I was hoping. That's nothing you can do with that one really. Super in a super disadvantaged matchup, sadly. Arama's dotting up there too. Oh, okay. Arama is just crazy, yeah? Makes sense.
So come, let it seep in deep until it hits your face.
Today, your cries of battle and the clash of your weapons will be heard by the great Loa, and the fallen will join them in the afterlife.
You are alive, you are a reason why. You are
Same team. Maybe she's just inactive in this too. There's just no one playing pre-patch? Oh, they haven't nerfed that in this version. Druids do fucked up damn. Good news. Not for IQ times, but good news for this game. I got a triple proc on the dude. DK Race, I think for next expansion it's Darkine or it's Human. I don't think it's Orc based on the fact that, I mean, Orc gets better attack power, like the Blood Fury is better at the start of the expansion, but not as good as Darkine Dwarf. And I don't think you need the 10% stun increase right now. People aren't dying in stuns on beta. Different team. Wait, double DPS. This might be terrifying. So it was in fact terrifying, but it's a dub. But it was terrifying. Yeah, on our that they did remove that. I think they wanted to make it so you couldn't like have it for next patch. Like this is the expansion patch that has disabled all that stuff preemptively for the next expansion. The Warlock one shot got nerfed already, yeah. They hotfix, so it looks like it was bugged because it got nerfed by like 80%. So something had to have been behaving in a way that they didn't expect because it got like a fat nerf. Best APM? APM's not particularly useful. It's based on how much like you're CC'd and stuff. It's when you're in combat. I don't think APM in WoW is particularly. I mean, you could literally do. I guess a better question is what's the lowest APM you could do? I'd probably like do like 60 or 70 APM if you didn't button spam. Can't have a heal this time. I think I can solo this person after a while. Need a bit of damn to do the work for us, though.
Day 1972 of asking Mr. Play Feral.
Feral. Yep. That's what you mean, right, Cookie? I'm not very good with impressions. You're all fake. How are we doing today, buddy? Oh, it's starting to get very dampening for them. Oh, the full stun gets him killed. Good job. Kill the guys. Oh, can't connect. What is this? Let's try again. Well, they changed this, or it's different on this version. Whoa! Oh shit, Fix got to, I think it's part 7. For some reason it's not showing. I see Cookie also got to board 41.
You are gathered here for my entertainment. I mean, to prove yourself. It's time for the show. Don't disappoint me.
Okay, it's the same dude. It's the same dude. I actually think it's 2, Cookie. I think I'm almost positive it bugged. I could be wrong though. I think you all may have counted twice. Because it was like basically the same time. A little bit tragic. This guy got... That was a tree proc or was this tree? Enough's rough, to be honest. I don't know if it's nerfing Unholy's Frost Fever too. It might be. I feel like it's not. But yeah, rough. I think Frost will struggle. with those changes. I do think there's a gimmicky way you can play Frost though that I will try. But yeah. Holy still looks good. And that's probably their logic is that they don't have to deal with another one-shot spec running around. And I think it still kind of will be, but it'll be gimmicky one-shot. It will not be what it was, which was a very consistent, very powerful one-shot with good sustain. It was kind of just everything. And they chose to take it all away. He wasn't having? Yeah, no, it's pretty shit. I mean, Frost was better at being unholy than unholy, to be fair, for a brief period. Like, they were probably better sustain builds than Unholy had, and they left Unholy being very, very high sustain. And you can also play a Reaper build that kind of pumps to, or sorry, not Reaper. You can also play a Rider build for Frost that could be decent too. They're a little better at training healers than we are. Debuff Yasuo? I don't know. I mean, I think they are not interested in that playstyle for Frost. Might die, huh? I call it DK Shelly, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be worth going him. I'm in a bubble. Is there a particular reason why druids just always are in tree? Is it just the game? Fucking the DK there is really tragic. He doesn't have a buff or anything. You'll see more tuning before release. We're just way too high rated, I think. How ghetto-y, Diva? We're working on that still, I assume, right? No? Oh, you are good. Are you full good? Your game's pretty sick. No crafted? Gotcha. No. I mean, I don't think so. I think Cookie wants me to play Feral, which, look, I respect, and I'm working on Feral right now. We're working up the courage to play Feral. It takes a lot of courage to play Feral. Yeah, unfortunately, the early pre-patch stuff, a lot of pre-patch stuff is just not. That isn't how the game feels. Like even just the haste you have in pre-patch or the last season of last season, the game is gonna feel totally different at like on beta or at max level. Even slower than beta, and beta is a lot slower than retail. Just like in terms of the haste you have, secondary stats you have, you're playing in like crazy numbers you won't see until, you know, 2 years from now. So LE feels really fast on beta, or sorry, on live, and it's really like, max haste stack is like 20%, and that's assuming perfect crafted gear. But he just happened to leap at the same time. That's very unfortunate. I would have killed him there. Probably dampened her. Oh, I mean, DK is a super OP in pre-patch. Super. I mean, they're OP both and at max level as well. Nice team shot now. It's his trinket. Or he dies. Can't save him. His own, but he's already running. Yeah, it's in the normal place. Solo BG's below Solo Arena. Especially, doesn't that bow? We might just die. I just want to try my panda. Or my, whatever it is, my knock. Cool turn punch. Try Frost yet? Yeah. I played a lot of Frost on beta. I played both specs. And also like a bunch of both hero power trees. Honestly, all of the specs are really powerful. All 3 options for both specs. DH or DH? Right now I can't recommend DH. Just because I haven't, it's currently on the weaker side, and it doesn't seem. I mean, the good thing is, you know, if you played DH last expansion, it feels exactly the same, like literally, basically exactly the same. But DH currently does not feel exceptional at all. It's hard for DKs to complain as well about their nerfs when post nerf. I still kind of expect that both DK spec or both Death Knight specs will actually be stronger than DH and Windwalker. That's it. I mean, things can change if health gets a bit. I don't know. They're both very unexciting specs for now. It's hard for everything to be in the right spot early. Wait, I just APOC'd them directly through that. That's a bit odd. How come beta that's fixed? Go. After this next, I'm gonna AFK for a sec. That shouldn't be too long though. Hey, Basil. I feel like he wants to blind though. Yeah, let's pull up top, which is really bad for us. I guess just, I mean, best thing I could do probably is just train this guy. He came down. He has port. He's done porting. I mean, Monk feels a lot better in here than it is on, I mean, sort of Paladins. I guess Paladins feel a lot better at max level. Yeah, I can busting. AFK. Well, let's try and get a win before AFK. Sounds good, Diva, buddy. I gotta AFK in a sec anyway. I think DKs will still be pretty good. We'll see though. I'll get to test it tomorrow. You can't currently test it, sadly. This is a bit aggro on my part. I feel like when he pulled me around the pillar, he wanted to fair me. So you trained her that feather? This blind is really this Bob's really good. Bob won the game for us. I mean, it's the first set of Frost Knives I've seen. So you should expect that Frost was stupid broken. So I wouldn't be too worried about it. All right, give me a couple minutes. Thank you guys very much for watching. I'm still around for... We should be around for another hour and a half or so. But yeah, give me 1 sec. Thanks for watching, guys. Thank you for the resubs and subs. Thank you, Diva, for taking up the subs and the games, buddy. I'll be back in 1 sec, guys.
gnome. Gnome Avenue's favorite.
All right, sorry. Rehab. I guess we'll queue a BG. There's so much I can do in beta right now. Try a BG. Unholy is, we don't know how nerfed Unholy is. Unholy is definitely the defensive nerfs. I'm not sure the Frost Fever one goes across to him or not. Guess we'll see. Out of breath? Am I? My contrast should just be the default, right? I haven't changed it. I don't think it should just be 50 or whatever default is. So my bars are mostly hidden because it's not just that they're like mentally mapped, I guess, but more because I have a tendency that I noticed at least. If I'm pressing a button, I'm looking at it, and I don't think it's useful to. Like I think it's counterproductive to look at like a rune button. It feels more confusing to play that way. Undead Dan, thank you for the new sub, man. Thanks for watching, buddy. Oh, I'm really sorry. Let me tell you that again. So I have. It's not just that I have my stuff mentally mapped. It's more that I think. So, for example, if I, let's say I threw the ability that's not on my bars. Oh yeah. The new thing's kind of confusing. Let's say I threw Festering Strike on my bars, right? When I go to press Festering Strike, which for me is 4, my eyes would shoot down here. But that's not where my eyes should be, right? My eyes should be up here. You can't see it, but like basically your eyes should be over at your rune frame. Not down bottom. So that's what I started hiding everything, like trying to hide all the things that weren't important when I started playing Death Knight, because I wanted to not be looking at things that weren't useful. I wanted my eyes to be in the right place. Thank you for watching too, Moses buddy. Beryl is way too difficult, to be honest, Sonny. Frosty nerfs? Yeah, I mean they're hefty nerfs, man. I'm not sure what they want for it. One second.
I know I'm not the easiest to love. I thought I would at least be worth a shot.
I mean, I just see where your eyes are at. Honestly, I don't know the best way to track it, but I just noticed that I'd feel like I'm looking, I'd be tunnel, like you naturally tunnel vision your, your bars a little bit. And now I have the opposite problem where I'm not looking at them enough, but yeah, I think it lets you look at other things that are more important. Personally, at least. Qs are kind of long solo, huh? I miss having a healer to queue with. David, do you have any other characters you need to gear up?
I know I jump into things too fast. I thought I could trust you right off the bat. Instead you turned my vulnerability against me and tore apart the heart from my sleeve. Did you even love me in the first place?
I would show Bob stack. I mean, you have 2 options, right? Either a weak aura, that'll give you an idea that you should. I mean, Bob shot you have to manage their weak aura anyway, don't you? I thought Bob shot was like a thing you had to keep your stacks up with weak auras. So that one might be a weak aura angle, but in general, I would, if it was a button you just spam, I'd have it just on its own action bar. But that specific one, I think it's pretty sick to use a weak aura for. Because if you press it on CD, it's kind of awkward, right? You want to press it to keep your stacks going. Oh shit. Someone to level 11. It doesn't say who, but thank you very much for that. That's sick. All right, we're in. Maybe in. I guess I'm like next in line. Feel like Frost even now if it not compensating buffs is crazy. I mean, I think that Frost is. So Frost was doing like basically if you played sustain talents and stuff, if you like try and build, if you tried to build your character around just doing sustained Frost Fever damage, you could do better rot or similar rot to Unholy. You could just do the same scoreboard dam. Whether it was as impactful or not, I don't know. But basically, Frost could actually beat Unholy on scoreboard from what I could see. So them nerfing that is a nod to Unholy being the pressure spec and Frost being the burst spec. They also hit the Frost burst in like 3 different places, and that's really brutal too. Yeah, they want it to be. I mean, the problem is that the more they push it, there is a. I hope for one more nerf. I suspect. I haven't tested it yet. I will try it tonight. But I suspect there is actually a build, like a way to play that Frost build, like with mastery of how you actually use your rotation and stuff. I think there's a strong way, a way to play that build that's not really that nerfed at all. I think you can, you have to like bank on a proc, but basically anytime you proc a, an extra Reaper's Mark, you just don't press obliterate until your Reaper's Mark comes back up. So you pull 2 exterminate charges and then you use 2 exterminate charges while Reaper's Mark is up. And then you use 2 more, so you can just like do 4 in a row on someone with a Reaper's Mark. And I feel like that's more burst than it was pre-nerf. It's a little bit gimmicky, but that's kind of how Frost works, right? So I hope for that to get nerfed, because I think that right now you could do that. And I think it would be pretty good. There's also another thing I haven't tried yet that I just didn't feel like I needed to, because it basically felt like it was better just to try and kill, like you could one-shot someone, so it didn't matter. But the other thing is to try and basically get as many Reaper's Marks out as you can. So the same exact thing, but so what you would do is, so there's two specials, I guess, for Frost that I haven't tried that I want to try. One is pulling exterminates, so having 4 in a row on one person. The other is spreading out your exterminates, but all at the same time. So the idea is to try and proc like a machine gun of exterminate procs. So you what you do is you Reaper's Mark, and when your Reaper's Mark is about to expire, so your Reaper's Mark, you get your 2 stacks. You got your 2 stacks sitting there, and then your Reaper's Mark is again, and then you right before it expires, use your 2 exterminates on different targets to try and proc on different people. And then you do the same thing with your next ones. So you try to proc as many additional Reaper's Marks as you can at one time. Ideally, perfect world, you get 4 of them out. And then you just machine gun exterminates again after that. I haven't seen either of those things on beta, but both of those things seem stronger than just doing it to one person anyway. I can Fury keep dodging nerfs? It's a very good question. If I had to guess, and this is just based on just the way it feels to me, it feels like I mean, it's being balanced by humans, right? And it feels like there are people that are fighting for what other specs need, which is good. It's a good thing. Unfortunately, it does not feel like there is someone fighting for Death Knights. Just my thought. It feels like someone fights for, like, I think it's important to like keep Fury, like if you make enough to Fury Warrior or a Frost Mage, that they stay strong. It just doesn't feel like there's someone advocating for what, like, DKs are a class that, like, somehow, you know, keeps getting strong and then keeps getting hit back very quickly. But we'll see. Again, that's just based on, like, the fact that it seems like when DKs get nerfs, they get like 4 or 5 at once. And then it feels like when you know, mages, which are, by the way, more powerful than Death Knight, get nerfs, they get a singular nerf, while they also get buffs. It's just a very different, like, I feel like someone, you know, stood up for mage and was like, hey, hang on, let's just do one thing at a time here. And I feel like with Death Knight, it's like, okay, let's do 4 things at a time. And that's a shame. I feel like that's generate gameplay. Oh, it's terrible. That's why I said I want that nerfed, because I can think of 2 different ways to abuse it, both of which seem stronger than the previous way of playing. I wasn't doing it because I didn't need to. I feel like you could one-tap anyone, so who cares? Like, what's the point in taking a risk? But now it's harder to kill stuff, so why not try to, yeah. I knew I could do that before. I just didn't have any reason to. Like, basically, it was an unnecessary risk, because, you know, you're realistically not gonna, you're using your you might not even pillar until you get the procs you want. You know what I mean? Like, it might be super gimmicky, where you don't even press Pillar of Frost until you get the procs you want, until you, like, manage to cascade your Reaper's Mark enough. A 3 cap, dude. I mean, I'm working out as fast as we can to get through everyone, but at the end of the day, I want to feel like we can play Frost DK and feel good / strong. Is that? Oh, well, I mean, Frost DKs have had a, like, almost. The way that Frost DK has been designed for the last 3 expansions now is exactly the same as Sub Rogue, except you don't have Sub Rogue CC. But in every other respect, the exact same. You're just a gimmicky one-shot class. That is very different from what it was in Warlords. It's very different from what it was in Legion when it was good. The common denominator has been it was still a one-shot spec, and for most of BFA too, it was briefly a rot spec at the very start with a thing called, there was a bugged Azerite trait called Glacial Fever or something. Can't remember the name of it. But outside of that, they were just a gimmicky one-shot spec with Chill Streak, and then the next and most annoying thing, I think, like it's crazy. It's one of those weird things, because I was so happy when they first put Obliteration in the game. I was, like, so happy to see it. It was awesome. And then I think Obliteration is a curse. I think obliteration is the biggest curse of all. That's why you're shitty sub rogue. And the thing is, there was a time when, you know, the standard by which obliteration was originally held to was 1 minute cooldown Shadow Dance, which felt reasonable, right? Rogues could go every minute, and then they would run away outside of that, so it felt fine. But unfortunately, the rest of the game has moved on, and Frost is struggling too. The new playstyle actually does, like, all I want for Frost, and the new playstyle for Frost is close to it. It's actually very close to, like, before they nerfed it a ton. And I haven't tested it. It may still feel that way. It feels like on beta right now, you were incentivized to chase after damage outside of your Pillar of Frost window. So obliteration didn't feel like what you were actually focused around at all. You're actually focused around trying to burst with Reaper's Mark. You had a little burst before and after. You could reproc, lots and lots of things to chase after, and you also had good sustain damage because of the Frost Fever change. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, the kit, the Reaper's Mark, if they I really think they should put a duration on Reaper's Mark or on Exterminate, so you can't pull. But basically you'd have to get like 3 procs in a row to actually get to pull that. I mean, right now, I don't know. We'll see what the changes actually, what the effect of the changes is. I don't know what'll happen with it yet. If Frost has the damage it needs to want to play outside of its go, then the spec will be fine and healthy and fun to play, and you'll have the same kind of time getting rating. The way it was last expansion, and also in Shadowlands, where you're just a gimmicky one-shot spec and you just have to, like, you're basically not incentivized to play outside of your go. That is not what you want to see. In theory, Riders of the Apocalypse also has that gameplay incentive, but Riders is just really difficult to play. I have not tried to play Riders without Chill Streak though, and that might actually matter. The biggest issue is that Frostworm's Fury is, if you want to know the most, this might be really weird to say and a really fucked up thing to advocate for. I think Frostworm's Fury needs to not DI with other stuns and last for less time. It's fucked up though to ask for more CC. The reason why I say that though is not actually because I want it to still be a stun, albeit not an important one. But I want to be able to press that button and not fuck up people's DRs when I'm trying to spawn my Apocalypse, my 4 horsemen. No, we didn't. We had just too much to recover from, unfortunately, when we lost. We lost wherever it was. Mines? I mean, the Frost design that currently exists, it has the incentive that it needs. It just has to actually... It needs to have the supporting damage. Like Frost Fever was the hope, I think. And hopefully they put Frost Fever back where it can be again, maybe, or something, but... Yeah, I'm worried that Frost won't have enough damage to be worth chasing after. It was perfect because you actually were incentivized to chase. Like between Reaper's Marks. Like you could attack and feel like it wasn't better to run. There's a fine line, right? Where, well, not really. I mean, there's a point at which your damage is low enough that you know you can't kill. You get to a point where like, I can't possibly kill this person until Pillar comes up anyway, or Reaper's Mark comes up, so I'm not going to bother, and you run. That's the situation for us. It's been over 2 years. You're like, you get to a point where you know it's not worth chasing after damage, so you don't bother. Where playing defensively is more value than playing offensively. If they can avoid that, the spec will be fun. You're welcome, buddy. I mean, it's just my opinion on it. People have different opinions on it. A lot of people loved Frost the last 2 expansions. I hated the fact that you were basically playing off of your teammate, your enemy's perception of what you're doing. If your enemy had like a good idea of what your plan was, that they oftentimes had a way to deal with it because you weren't able to actually improvise. Other specs can improvise. Like Sub-Rogue is a great example of that, right? With 2 Shadow Dances, they aren't confined, and also just like good CC outside of that, they aren't confined to only going once every minute. They go once every like 25 seconds roughly. I mean, rogues have the ability to, even if rogues have like for example, Shadow Blades, that has a longer cooldown and is one-shotty, they just had the ability to do little mini-goes that were lethal enough on their own, whereas Frost DK doesn't have that yet. Or it does now. I think it could now. They've done a better job breaking it up, but like the more locked in you get to like going into a specific interval, the easier it is to deal with. So the the more you can improvise, the better. And while Frost isn't perfect at improvising, it's getting better. One of the other unfortunate things as well, it is like kind of difficult. Sorry, wait, what was I saying? Oh, it's one of the other things that's important to talk about is the fact that it's actually hard, like with comps, it's difficult to know like what Frost, even in its strongest form, would have actually played with in 3s. Like, I think it does really well on shuffle, and it's really good at unstructured stuff, but like, I don't know what, like if you think of any other class in the game, like what is their best, you're basically to find a class where their best thing is a Frost Death Knight, and over, you know, say a Frost Mage or other classes that have control. I don't have one right now on me. I think I'm basically using these talents. I don't think I've changed these ones. I don't deviate from them. I've tested Magus procs, yeah. They don't feel good enough. There's the possibility of playing. There's actually a bunch of good talents you can play with that. Right now, I don't think it's worth chasing after, but you can. You need one more point. I think that's the build you'd play if you wanted to play pure like pets. But currently the damage isn't high enough from pets. I think you'd even go one further and get a point in decomposition. But I'm not sure how you do it. That last point's tough to do. Oh wait, no, it's not. Oh yeah, it is. That last point has to come from a premium talent point. So basically you have to take out Unholy Assault or Festimite. Both are pretty expensive. Or, okay, or if you're playing Sanlean, you can do that and have another pet build. But none of those talents are really active right now. Those options aren't very good right now, based on the fact that you don't have enough. Like if there's a 50% PvP modifier enough on your pets, including Magus, so it isn't worth chasing after those talents. See, I mean, Frost might be fine. It's pity I couldn't have done more testing with it tonight. All right, I have to AFK one more time, guys. I'm still here for another hour or so today. Thanks for watching. Back in 1 sec. Thank you as well to Dan for the new sub, buddy. Okay, I missed my cue, of course. Anonymous the good sub to Feral Captain. I think I can. Okay, again, we'll have it like a long when Aaron's parents come over. We'll do a night of potentially some drinking and some Feral. Possibly some resto first. Thank you very much, though. That means a lot. New patch notes. There's not really it's not like a patch as much as it is just like hot fixes and stuff. But yeah, they did a whole bunch of them yesterday, and they also broke solo queue on beta apparently while they were doing that, which is kind of interesting.
Cities are rising, rising in front of me. I wanna hide it, want to go back to sleep. I wish I could rewind it. Can I rewind it? We woke up naked, like we're more than friends. We can go through it, can do it all again, like we rewind it. Like we rewind it, and I don't wanna know, I just wanna feel. We let it go, nothing is too wrong, we make it real. Don't wanna care, just live and die. I see you there, nothing is too wrong for you and I. Oh, we're somewhere else, oh, somewhere else in mind. Oh, we're somewhere else, but still we can't rewind. Oh, we're somewhere else, oh, somewhere else in mind. Oh, we're somewhere else, but still we can't rewind. We meet in the morning like it's a demon, but it's just something I don't believe in. Still we rewind it. Keep on rewind it. Across the borders, beyond the city lights, a new horizon with unforgiving lies, but I don't mind it. Keep on rewind it, and I don't wanna know, I just wanna feel. We let it go, nothing is too wrong, we make it real. Don't wanna care, just live and die. I see you there, nothing is too wrong for you and I. Oh, we're somewhere else, oh, somewhere else in mind. Oh, we're somewhere else, but still we can't rewind. Oh, we're somewhere else, oh, somewhere else in mind. Oh, we're somewhere else, but still we can't rewind.
I think Unholy would be better. I mean, Unholy took no nerfs, right? We don't know that Unholy took any nerfs other than its survival one. So that's interesting and deliberate, right? Like it sounds like they have intentionally left Unholy quite powerful. Because I think Unholy does do the most damage most of the time, but it's all patty and like, you know, it's definitely pat. But the fact that they've left Unholy in that state is interesting. It's also possible, though, that Unholy... Is Unholy fucked up... Does anyone know if Unholy's fucked up in Mythic Plus? Or in rating? It's possible that Unholy's, like, gonna get tuning in PvE. And they're just waiting for that. But Unholy has also been tuned a couple times. No, Frost DK. I mean, I haven't played it on beta to know how bad the nerfs are. You can't play it right now. In pre-patch, Frost is fine. In beta, it took really hefty nerfs, and we just don't know how that's going to play out. How's Frost looking? I mean, post nerf on beta, probably not great, but we'll see. Tonight, hopefully it gets fixed. I mean, not necessarily. And like Frost has some really cool design. So, you know, the changes aren't like final, right? I think they've maybe cooked a bit too much with their changes on Frost. Like they may have done. I mean, okay, two things. First of all, despite those nerfs, I actually think there's very likely a broken way of playing it. That while it gets nerfed, still crazy strong. I'll test it all tonight. There are two things I want to test tonight with Reaper's Mark that I think might that you just before you you knew that like crit exterminates could just kill someone outright. But I think there's a universe where you play it differently and you just try and like get as many exterminates as you can, and you just use like instead of 2 big ones that one shot someone, you have like 6 smaller ones that still basically one shot someone, or 4. I mean, you could potentially have 6 honestly if you do it properly, if you get lucky. So yeah, despite those nerfs, might still be very, very broken. But again, if not, they certainly have options to put them in a decent spot too. I mean, it's like 50% Frost Fever damage. It's 40 or 50% Reaper's, or it's like, I think it's 40% Reaper's Mark, 50% Frost Fever, and like 30, well, like 50% Exterminate, probably. So, yep. I thought the LA ones were crazy when they were 25%. This is 50 on like your top 3 abilities in Arena, basically. It would have been nice if they'd like done something small to like Frost Strike or something unrelated, like, to compensate. But yeah, they're hefty. I wouldn't say it's quite Legion Frost, but it's Legion Frost had nothing to make you chase after, really. Legion Frost is everything, did good damage, and you had good haste. So here's the thing. Here's why Legion Frost felt really good. In Legion, you didn't get to pick how much damage an ability did. You didn't have, like, Mastery existed, but you couldn't assign, you couldn't make your abilities hit any harder. You couldn't spec into Mastery. Mastery obviously makes certain abilities one-shot harder, right? But you couldn't pick how much you had. The game had a template of how much Mastery you had. So when they gave you a template that had lots of haste, right? When they gave you a template that had lots of haste, they still tuned the abilities to hit hard enough manually. So they made the spec feel fun with like the speed of your rotation because you had more haste. And then if abilities didn't hit hard enough, they just made them hit hard enough. By taking away that flexibility, the spec just felt way, way better. Whereas now if they make the spec feel fast, then people would just go max Mastery, and then it would, it doesn't really work that way. In PvE, you can have both, but in PvP, you have to make a choice. That's one of the downsides of having stats like Mastery. I'm more happy with things that have like the frequency of crit or haste, but once Mastery came into the picture, it gets harder to work with. When it's something simple like makes all your shadow or frost damage do more. Well, I mean, your damage was naturally hit hard enough because they were tuning the damage. They just gave you a nice rotation to begin with lots and lots of haste. And then if an ability didn't hit hard enough, they just buffed it. Yeah, Frost Mastery is probably the biggest problem. In my mind. You're also stacking Verse. You're stacking, you naturally stack Verse, and then you're getting Mastery as well. So you just have two modifiers, and then you get to choose how shit your rotation feels at the cost of damage. And in PvE, that isn't really how it works. Because in PvE, every piece of gear has two stats, right? You can't just, like, in PvP, it's the equivalent of the thing that's funny about PvP gearing, and this kind of sucks. This is the main argument for not having versatility as a stat, because that could partially be the problem here. But it'd be like every piece of gear, so Verse isn't counted as a stat, right? So it would be like every piece of gear just having one stat on it in PvE. I imagine if every piece of gear only had haste or Mastery on it, that you'd run into the same types of problems and then have to fix it. Some specs, to add to that, actually want to actively stack Verse. It's like your best stat randomly, because their other stats aren't scaled properly. There's a couple of new interesting masteries. Brett's one's new. Ellie Shaman's got a new one too. But the new Rhett one is guaranteed to get changes. It feels awful if you've got sound on, like with game sound. It makes a loud noise whenever it procs. It's the old exorcism proc sound. But I'm the 33-month reset, buddy. Those changes last night go live. Not yet. What? No, yes, they're live, but they've disabled everything. People played for a little bit. Solo Shuffle's down right now, but they're in the game. They're live. Island Coconuts with the 12-month fucking resub. Thank you very much, buddy. They're interesting changes. I just, again, I'm curious about what they do to Frost Mage, but Everything else is fine. We're getting to that point. I really hope they tune everyone's health down too. Add more excitement to the game. I feel like they're doing the right thing though. They're going through and they're getting rid of all the one shots. That's good. Now they need to reduce everyone's health. Because if you like looked at, like, for example, Destro lock, everyone thought Destro was insane, right? But the moment they lost their one-shot win condition, suddenly they weren't insane anymore. What changes? I think the demolish change is good for the game. I think the exterminate and Reaper and I like the Reaper's Mark and exterminate changes as well. I don't love, like, I'm personally, again, I can't iterate this enough. I am more a fan of reducing, like, I don't think that they should have nerfed necessarily Death Knight defensives as much. I think everyone should have got less health, personally. And then if DKs need to be adjusted further after that, then adjust them again as well. But, you know, well, I only say that, like, I see those changes, I'm like, I think you should target I think everyone is too tanky. Because I do think once you get rid of all those, a lot of games end to one-shots right now. And once you get rid of all those one-shots, I think games will just time out. I think people have too much health. I can tell you that whenever I see Wizard v Wizard, the games time out and shuffle. And when I say timeout, I used to think timeouts and shuffle were like 2 minutes in where the healers couldn't keep up. We're seeing people do 3 and more in shuffle rounds. PG Blitz will suck. I think healers aren't good. I think maybe not, but we'll see. I haven't played Neon Beta. Maybe you have. I kind of wonder if healers can keep up indefinitely, because healers aren't crazy responsive. New changes are right here. Bro, I saw the Frost Mage change, like I saw the changes to Frost Mage, and my initial reaction was like a little bit of like, what's the word? I felt a little bit angry and betrayed because they gave them the damage buffs, and I had just gone through like a 2-day bender of spamming warrior into Frost Mage. I was just like, this is like wrong, because I expected DKs to get nerfed, but like I was like, okay, what do they do to mages then? And then I saw buffs, and I just but I think they're just a little behind. Like I think the meta last week for a little bit was a lot of Death Knight, and then I think it really shifted to a lot of Frost Mage. And you know, I'm not sure if the devs have time to like change their plans based on that, you know. So it feels like they didn't get the memo on the Frost Mage games, but they certainly got the prior things. And again, I don't think it's a bad thing. You should, Thunder. I think the expansion's gonna be fun. A lot of good things to do. I mean, in a couple days, in like 2 weeks. Oh, there's not just more time. There's plenty of time. That's why the like I'm not worried about it. I've already got 2 like kind of exploits to work with, as Frost that I want to mess around with on beta tomorrow. I'm not sure if it'll work, but I know it works, but I'm not sure if it'll actually be stronger, I guess. There are just ways to fuck around with Reaper's Mark that weren't being done before that I think are worth doing now. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I think for a first set of PvP, like for this is like kind of their first big PvP patch, right? With changes for PvP, modified changes. I think they did a pretty good job with it. We'll see if they add more stuff tomorrow too. I don't think it was. I mean, those are all hotfixed. They aren't even in official notes. So the ones that actually do go through, and some of them just haven't been like correctly looked at and stuff. So whatever comes through, they're not a bad first pass. I think they touched on a lot of the important things. Nah, Blizzard always do. So one thing, I can't speak for buffing. So like, for example, if they overshoot a nerf, it could be years before they circle back to it. You know what I mean? Could be literally some of the things that are nerfed on specs have been nerfed since Legion and have just been left that way until they decided it was time to unnerf them. Last expansion, there were lots and lots of Legion changes being reversed slowly. So it can take a very long time for things to get buffed. But I would expect a PvP patch every other week at the very start of the expansion. So it's not something that I personally worry about. I do hope they preserve some of the magic of a new patch though. Some of that instability and stuff, it's great for the game. I think the game launching in a very balanced, polished state actually sounds kind of boring to me. Like I think things being crazy is acceptable at the start of an expansion. People expect it. That's how every expansion in the past has been. And it's really fun to have them, like to kind of play through them, like honing in on balance. What's difficult is when everything's relatively balanced, but something, for example, mechanics dominate. Then they don't have anything they can do. That's when we've lost. We've all collectively lost at that point. If you get to a point where everyone's like, all of the magic has been kind of like taken out, and all the OP stuff's gone, and then the games effectively go down to who has the stronger rogue, because the rogues have more mechanics, or who has the stronger mage because mages have stronger mechanics, or who has the better rested druid because the druids have better mechanics. Like, that would be unfortunate. Like, too much stability is eventually going to get to that. Like, usually in very stable metas, it ends up being the like really high CC PvP utility classes that shine. And that is a shame. For the most part, the only time you'll see an Ellie Shaman strong, or a Death Knight strong, or like a Warlock strong, is when their damage is strong. No, because they don't want to touch. It's really tough for them to go, okay, like they made a change in this patch. They increased the cooldown on Gouge from 20 seconds to 25 seconds. I found that interesting. But in a lot of cases, if you get damage parity, like if their relative damage output of like a rogue and a Death Knight are equal, the rogue just has buttons the Death Knight doesn't have. So you can't just remove those buttons, right? Because those buttons have oftentimes existed for like 2 decades. So it's really tough to say, okay, like a lot of mages and rogues have had those things for forever. Taking that away is kind of fucked up. Well, I mean, again, every class is a group of attributes, right? I talked about this a bit yesterday at the end of the stream as well. But I'll go over it again. Basically, every class, if you look at like the historical balance of like say Death Knight or Warlock or Mage or Rogue, there's like usually trade-offs, right? You have like you have like 50 points. And then like you've got some of your points assigned into your burst, some of your points are assigned into your sustain, some of your points are assigned into your defensive stuff, your utility for your teammates, some of your points are into your crowd control. And when you put points into those, you take away, usually there's a trade-off of some type. Usually it's either your burst that gets taken away in the case of like say Affliction Lock, or and they get a lot of sustain for that. Or in the case of Rogue, usually they just lose raw damage output. Usually their sustain is really low, but they have lots and lots of burst and they have lots and lots of control and utility, right? But when they get when everyone's damage gets kind of systemically taken down, and you aren't compensating, then everyone it goes down to those classes that have the extra utility. So, yeah. I actually like that too, Sid. But I'm just saying, I think that sometimes, and I would say if there was one thing I didn't love about Dragonflight, it was that I think we lost sight, and when I say we, I mean the devs kind of lost sight of the trade-offs between different classes. Doesn't mean enough specific aspect of Rogue Mage. I mean, ideally you just create trade-offs. The more like if you're basically as long as they are aware that as they nerf everyone else, they are buffing Rogue and they are buffing Mage. That's how it works, right? Because suddenly the deficiencies of those specs are becoming more normalized. They're becoming more regular. Like a spec like Rogue and Mage, like Rogue especially, just shouldn't even like you should expect that Rogue loses almost every shuffle round. You know what I mean? Like, because they require synergy to do well. If a rogue, a lot of times people on beta are like, "Hey, rogues are kind of bad, right?" And it's like rogues have always been bad at shuffle. They should be. That's the historical. That's historically how rogue would be. If a rogue is like the version of which Sub Rogue dominates every shuffle lobby is no one's gonna queue shuffle. That's just the reality of it. Buffing Feral is an option too. I mean, even Asa has a good amount more survivability than most melee. They're honestly like more durable than maybe not Warriors. It depends. But yeah, creating as long as I don't care how they do things, but they should look at every spec in terms of having like the same number of rough points to work with. I think they and they used to have that in mind when they design stuff. They used to, I don't know if people play vanilla, but they have like the hybrid tax and stuff as well. Like they created like detriments to your output based on and to your spec in general based on like, you know, what you had. If you brought a lot, that they created trade-offs. And I feel like the way they're balancing right now in Arena, maybe not now, I don't know what they'll do in this expansion in general, but I would say last expansion, they definitely got everyone to like within 30% of each other's output, but they were not within 30% of each other in other respects. So like some classes, like for example, Rogue just had more points to work with than everyone else. So we'll see what they do. I hope they the changes that I'm seeing as of right now though are good. These are all a good start. There's not really anything here that strikes me as concerning. Again, you know, they could have maybe held off on some of the stuff for DK instead of hitting it all at once. Like especially Frost DK is gonna feel really bad about it. I'm grateful they didn't crush Unholy yet, but they're like mostly going after the one-shot specs and destroying them, which is good. Frost was one of them. Destro got their one. Warriors had theirs nerfed as well. Hopefully we get to see more Moonkins this week. I know we'll see a lot more Shadow Priests because I think Shadow Priests are like literally right next to, like they're next in line for sure. I think Shadow Priest output is really, really high. I'm not even sure. The alley nerfs are confusing. I don't even know if they're actually nerfs. It looks like the thing kind of broke, and a lot of the alley ones are like almost unreadable. It looks like they're getting buffed in some places by a certain percent and nerfed in some places. So I'm pretty sure, like, so for example, this one says, where is the one? This one is negative 17% on Lava Burst, right? Right? Or a 13. But then it says, modifies healing damage done Lava Burst. The same exact ones. And then it says buffed by 21%. So I just don't know what is happening with those. They aren't supporting patch notes yet, and we'll have to see. I can't tell if it's a buff or enough. I wouldn't expect them to be buffing them. Maybe they're just like very gradually tuning, but yeah, some of that stuff they just have to have notes for. The game is getting more stable though, so I'm hoping